only allowing me to do one video program at a time. I'm just going to try one other thing.
Oh, yeah, it does do that. If you're using it does the same thing with me, media player.
Okay, I may have to just maneuver around while we're on air.
Is there anything you want to send to me?
I can't. It's more than 5 gigs. It will take forever.
Okay. Let me just see. I'm assuming you're using.
I can't even see the thing now. Danny, I'm making you host.
Cool.
I hope that doesn't cut anything, but I'm going to log off and log back in.
Okay. So, if I understand,
Danny, sorry, what one?
No, so if I understand what your challenge is, so you can only you can't open multiple
No,
videos.
I can't. I currently can't see any of my videos that are open to share. When I go click share, none of them.
Does it just come up as a blank screen?
Well, there are other things there, but
it does that to me as well.
okay. Now it's giving me full screen. Okay. I'm going to try it in VLC, Danny. Let me try. Could you see and hear it?
Yeah. Let's just see the quality though. Actually, yeah, I think it's fine. Let's try again.
Affected in some way.
It's all actually all.
Oh Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to, in the middle of David's thing, I'll have to swap that around. Okay, but so cool. David, are you with us? Is there anything you want to check?
Which David?
David Kaplan.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, but we can't see you. Your camera doesn't seem to be on.
It is on. I can see myself. Wait a minute.
No, we can't see you.
Rakshnia. Okay.
Okay, now we can see you.
Right.
Cool. Perfect. Try be more center screen, bigger.
You can't see my Isaac Ochberg shirt.
You can stand up at some point in time.
If I forget, remind, because they need to see this. Yeah. Okay. What must I do? Did you say I should try and do what to the screen?
No, no, I was just saying you should be center screen large.
Center screen large. I can have a quick hamburger.
Okay, no, that's
Well,
good.
Yeah, you're fine. Okay,
Yofi. Okay.
cool.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to turn off. We're already live on YouTube, Zoom, Facebook, 2 channels. So Danny, I'm going to turn off camera, and Dave, turn off camera. We'll see you at 20 to 8, and turn off audio as well. Danny, you will send out link reminders.
Cool.
Okay. Cheers, Dave. See you then.
Cheers.
Oh, Danny, you may want to, sorry, before you go, you may want to make me host, and I'll make you co-host.
Good point.
Cool, guys. See you just now.
See you just
Dave,
now.
turn off your video and camera, your video and sound. Yeah.
No. For the thing, you'll do it there. Okay. But now I'll do this.
Hold on.
Oh, hi. Can you see yourself there, Mom? That's what they're going to see.
Danny. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I haven't got you big. I've only got you like small, like a little panel
correct.
down the side.
So that would be your how you're viewing us. So you can decide how you want to view the panel on the top
Hold on.
right hand.
Okay, I fixed it. I fixed it. I fixed it.
Okay, cool. See you guys just now.
You better zoom.
Come on.
Good evening, everyone. The time is 7 in the afternoon or evening South African time, and we are joined by people all over the world this evening. The amount of interest in the story that we are going to tell tonight is absolutely astounding. So, Ram, where in the world do you join us from?
I join you from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Way north.
Way north in Canada. How cold is it at the moment?
We have actually a very balmy day today. It's 3 degrees centigrade.
That's as balmy as it gets. Now let's just look at your camera. You see how I am in my camera? You, when I look at you, you're cutting off halfway in your face. So we're trying to get you dead center, similar to Bernice. Bernice, you're looking fantastic. You look far better on a camera than Adam, your son, who looks better on the other side of the camera. So Adam,
thank you, Howard. I take that as a huge compliment.
Adam, what is it like to be on that side of a camera?
But he's not telling me to mute.
Howie, I hate it.
You hate it. Well, I don't know.
I hate it. I'm meant for the other side of the camera.
Your mother is the superstar tonight. Lauren, welcome from Cape Town. I see you busy sipping on a drink in Cape Town. I hope it's a cocktail for sundowners.
It's my tea.
Okay, that's good enough. Lauren, did you ever imagine when we started talking about this a few months ago, just the amount of interest that people would be showing? Thousands and thousands of people around the world have registered for tonight's storytelling webinar. Did you understand the impact that this would have and how it would resonate with people?
Probably not fully, Howie, but I do know that as a human story, and particularly where children are involved, and because so many of us, it's in so many people's living memories still. So many of us still know some of the original Ochberg Orphans, whether they our family or people we know. So I'm not entirely surprised. I am exceptionally pleased, though, because it's a story that is sometimes forgotten in the annals of history. And it's so important for this stories, particularly in the Jewish world and in the South African world, to be told.
But, you know, this isn't just a Jewish story. This is a story of heroism. It's about how each individual person can change the world. And I think that's the universal story that we want to tell tonight as well. So, David Kaplan, you are one of the few people on the panel who is not the descendant of an Ochberg orphan. How did you get involved in all of this?
Okay, it's interesting because on Wednesday last week, I was interviewed on High FM for a few minutes because then there was an outage and we went off. But the first question he said, he prefaced with the word, "I am shocked." And I said, "Why are you shocked?" He said, "Because I'm come from Cape Town. Isaac Ochberg is from Cape Town, and I've never even heard of the man before. Tell me about it." And the thing was, I wasn't shocked because he was shocked, because I was shocked 20 years ago, and that's when my journey began. I had just been elected chairman of Telfed, and we were still in the old building in Tel Aviv, in Pal building. And a woman in her 80s came into the building and said, "Can I please see the chairman?" And she was very officious, but she was a lovely woman. And her name was Mrs. Michaelowski, and she was connected to the Ochberg family. And I said, so I came, I met her in the passage, and she said, "Take me to your boardroom." I said, "Okay, why?" She says, "I want to see if there's a portrait of Isaac Ochberg in your boardroom." So I said, and I thought to myself, there's all the usual suspects of all the usual Zionists over there. I didn't know if there was an architect. So she said to me, there was a deal in 1948 when Telfed opened in Israel that there will in perpetuity be a portrait of Isaac Ochberg in the Telfed boardroom. I took it to the boardroom, and thank God there was a portrait of Isaac Ochberg. It's still there, it remains there, and will remain there for all eternity. And that is when my interest peaked, and I started writing articles. And I realized so few people knew about Isaac Ochberg. So one of the first articles I ever wrote 20 years ago was Righting a Wrong. and followed by my second article, A Forgotten Man Remembered. And that's when my journey began.
So does anyone who's joined us already on the panel know the name Benny Penzick?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, of course.
So
Yeah,
I got sent a story today about Benny Penzick, who's from Cape Town, whose both his parents were from Pretoria. Both his parents were Ochberg Orphans, and he moved to Haifa. And every time he drove past the intersection where there's land that Ochberg donated, he would recognize a stone. And one day the stone had disappeared, a stone, a memorial to Isaac Ochberg. And he went to go find it because they were constructing a road, and they removed the memorial and they stuck it in a JNF, a Karen Kayemet warehouse. And he was determined to go back and recognize the man for the sort of things that we're going to be talking about this evening. So it's wonderful to pay tribute, not just to the individual, but to those people around the world who want to perpetuate the memory of a true hero. So Pamela Roberts, you have been editing videos for probably the last month. What is it like to now come face to face with so many of the descendants, some of whom you've seen on video clips already, whose stories you've been editing for months to tell?
Thanks, Howie, and thanks for the opportunity. It was such a privilege to work on this project, really such an incredible story. So thank you for the opportunity. And yeah, it's great to put a face to all the names that we've been chatting the whole month almost on the group chat. So it's wonderful to put a face to everybody's names. But I think it was incredibly touching to just see the emotion on the footage, the raw emotion of these people in their 80s. I don't know how old the orphans actually were on the footage, but to see the absolute raw emotion that is still felt in their latter years of their age, that crying that they had to leave, you know, their parents and their grandparents. It was just incredible how heartfelt the stories really were. It's an incredible story. So kol hakavod for everybody for putting it together, and to all of you, what a privilege to meet you and to have these descendants, 4,000. It's just remarkable.
And of course, talking of descendants, Phyllis Friedlander, who joins us, I believe, from London. Phyllis, where in the world are you?
Cape Town.
Oh, you're in Cape Town. Okay. Phyllis, you are in fact the niece of Isaac Ochberg.
That's correct. My mom was Isaac's sister.
And so we'll talk about it a little later, but I presume you knew the man, you know the family, you know the story. Do you think he's truly paid tribute to over the years, or have we forgotten the story?
No, I know a great deal about my uncle. I was 9 when he died, as I was going to say, and I still remember him because he was a substitute grandfather to me.
But has the world paid tribute to him?
His 3 grandchildren were in Johannesburg, and he and my parents and I were in Cape Town. So I was a substitute granddaughter, and I don't see her name, but my cousin Noreen from London, his one granddaughter, is actually supposed to be, her daughter's supposed to be one of the panelists, Tessa Weber-Golden, tonight as well. And we're in constant contact, my cousin Noreen and I, and we have a very warm relations because of her grandfather, Isaac Ochberg.
So tell us, Veronica Bellin, you are a historian, but are there so many stories like this within our community that we're just not telling?
No, you
won't. Possibly the refugees that came before the Second World War. There's possibly some stories there. But then, of course, you know, it was cut off in 1937 with the Aliens Act. So, you know, maybe they have had an exhibition, but it's possible that there are stories there. Richard, I don't know, Richard might have more ideas.
Richard, where are you joining us from? We need to unmute you, please, Richard.
I saw him. I'm sure I saw.
Don't worry, Veronica. I'm dealing with that. Richard just needs to unmute himself. Not so easy as he does that. But
Richard,
while
we need to unmute.
Sorry about that. I'm now unmuted myself. I'm joining you, Howard, from like Veronica and like Phyllis and like Lauren. I'm joining you from the great city of Cape Town.
Fantastic. So tell us about the great untold stories of the South African Jewish community.
Oh, look, there are, Veronica's right. There's so many wonderful stories still to be told. And Veronica's spoken about one of them already, which is the experience of German Jewish refugees who came in the 1930s. She spoke about an exhibition which was held in Cape Town and in Johannesburg as well. But there are a lot of other stories too. And that remain untold. I mean, South African Jewish history, and Veronica knows this well as a researcher into South African Jewish history, is still a virgin field in many ways. Lots of exciting stories to be told, lots of exciting research that remains to be done.
So Dina Diamond, I see you've joined us. You actually have electricity tonight, unlike last night, where you were sitting there looking like Dracula in the dark with a torch trying to light up your face. You're hearing these stories, but we've got the story of Pesach that we're going to start telling in a few weeks' time. And intricate to that story is the issue of food. Like every festival, they tried to kill us. We survived. Now we eat. So tell us, give us a brief headline of what you're going to be talking to us about just after 7 o'clock.
Absolutely, Howie. So food is absolutely integral to our entire culture and our existence as a people. So that is exactly what we're talking about. Jewish women shudder when they hear the word Pesach coming, because you know how much that entails. So we have brought our culinary experts. We have got Sharon Glass, Karen Malamed, Dolores Fashane, Nida Degutin, all the way from Lithuania. We'll be showing you through Patsy as well from Fagels and Ronnie Kaplan, how to make chrein, how to make knedel, how to make haroset. So we are going to cover the absolute requirement basics of our Pesach Seder and Pesach table, and that is what we're going to be bringing you on Wednesday evening. So do not miss it if you want to entertain your guests that you are now supposedly allowed to have in limited numbers. But if you want to impress, then you have to tune in on Wednesday evening.
You're going to tell us a little about that just after 7 o'clock. Benji Porter, I can't believe it's a year ago since we had our first Pesach Zoom webinar event, and we landed up delivering matzah and Pesach dik food to people in London and all over the world because people just couldn't access things like matzah and kosher food at the start of lockdown.
You know, Howie, that webinar, I think, was either 2 or 3, webinar number 3, I think. And as you say, during the nights, some people asked how they're going to get matzah, and so we kind of started asking for names. And I know friends of yours and mine delivered in London some matzah, and we try to do whatever we could. But this year we've been at it for a little bit longer, so I think we've got something exciting and something really, hopefully, inspirational. Our real goal is to collect Jews from around the world at this time of freedom and to celebrate all together with just the diversity of the different communities and just the unity, and hopefully that will bring us a little bit of that Pesach feeling. And we're going to discuss it a bit more later.
Fantastic. We'll talk about just after 7 o'clock. And Phyllis, you were talking about your family, Tessa Weber-Golden, who I see has joined us. She's just stepped away from the camera for a second, but I'm sure she's going to join us in a second. So is this a club? Do you all know each other, all of you on the screens, other than the people from the Jewish Report? Lauren, are these all Chaverim on a WhatsApp group together?
Well, the WhatsApp group developed only now because of the webinar, but Chaverim, yes. I have to say, one of the orphans, she's not here yet. Hi, Tess. And that was Manny Shamus's, Manny Favish's wife. She used to come, she wasn't an Ochberg orphan herself. She used to come to Cape Town and visit her daughter here. And we developed a relationship over the years. And I have to say, she felt like family. And, you know, sometimes when I'm sitting in a gym class or a spinning class, I can't even remember when last ago that was. And I look around and I see there 4 or 5 other people in the same class as me or at a function. And I know they're Ochberg Orphan descendants, and the thought it can't not go through your head, where you look at them and you go, were it not for this one man, the 5 of us and all our families wouldn't be here.
True. And Tess Weber-Golden, you joining us. Where in the world are you?
Howard, hi. I'm in London with my mom. Here she is. Mummy,
hello. Nice to meet you.
Mummy will be 92 in 2 months' time.
Fantastic.
So
and that's Noreen.
And she hasn't Noreen, and she hasn't seen her cousin Phyllis for ages and ages. Hi, Auntie Phil.
Hello, Tessa. Nice to see you and Noreen.
We're very excited. We're very excited. And you know, Law, yesterday I sent the invitation to a friend of mine because I thought she'd be interested, and I had no idea that her grandmother was an orphan.
No.
Honestly.
Well, that is the amazing thing, that now that we sent out about 28,000 emails and 6,000 WhatsApps to advertise the event, and all the messages are coming in to say, oh, I didn't know my aunt until recently was an Ochberg orphan. Oh, I'm an Ochberg orphan. My cousin is, there's
I'm stepping away for 2 seconds. I'm coming right back. Hold on.
Okay, everyone's watching you. You don't have to tell us. But Paula Sleer, you joining us from Israel, second night in a row you're with us. I think you're frozen. Okay, hi, you're unfrozen. That unstable internet connection.
I can't believe that I'm in Israel and I'm the one with unstable internet, and all of you, or a lot of you, are in South Africa, and your internet is better.
Exactly. And we have electricity.
Maybe I shouldn't live here.
So Paula, our choices are we can have internet, water, or electricity, and you have to select any 2 on any day, but you can't have all 3.
I won't come on the screen, eh?
Okay, I don't know I don't know who's telling us that they can't come on the screen, but we can definitely hear you. Okay, Lauren, we're hearing people talking in your background. You have thousands of people watching you already. We're going to go live in exactly 2 minutes. So please be careful of that. Andy, where in the world do you join us from?
Hi, I'm in Ra'anana in Israel.
Okay, not too far away from Paula. And you're going to be talking about your family a little later as well.
About my grandfather.
And so there was recently, in fact, there were 2 Tekes ceremonies held in Israel where descendants of Ochberg Orphans and those people from Telfed all got together. Were you there on Friday at the ceremony?
I wasn't at the Friday one. I was at the first one that they did, and it was absolutely unbelievable. It was so moving and so beautiful, and
okay, Tessa,
really
sorry,
incredible.
1 second. Tessa, please mute yourself when you're speaking there, when others are talking. Sorry, you were saying it was so meaningful and beautiful.
It was so meaningful and so magnificent, and I had the real honor of being there with my mother, which was so beautiful because she is the direct descendant of an Ochberg orphan. You know, I'm another generation, but it was magnificent, and yeah, I'm very moved by the whole story, and even more grateful that I live in Israel and that all my children are born in Israel. For me, it's like a circle, a full closure.
How long have you been in Israel?
My whole adult life. I moved here. I did a year's leadership program after school, and I started WITS, did 6 months at WITS, and just wanted to come back to Israel. So I came to university here as a single girl and got married and stayed. So I've lived my whole adult life here since I was 19, and I'm 42 this year.
Oh,
so I know Andy, and I can't believe she's been there that long, and I didn't know that her family were awkward. I mean, amazing. It's amazing.
So hello, Jeans. I haven't seen you for so long.
I know. Nice to see you.
Amazing.
So I am going to ask everyone other than Dina, Benji, and Pam to go on to mute to turn off your cameras. We'll ask you to turn your cameras back on in a few moments, but the time has just gone, 7 p.m. South Africa time. We are joined around the world by literally thousands and thousands of people who want to hear the story of Isaac Ochberg, how one man could save the world. So thank you for joining us this evening. Whether you're watching us on Facebook, on the 2 channels we're broadcasting on Facebook, or on YouTube, or on Zoom, we'd love to hear something from you. We want to know where in the world you are, and we want to know if you yourself know a descendant of one of the Ochberg Orphans. So please, in the chat section on Zoom, Facebook, or YouTube, please just let us know where you are and what your connection is, if you have any personal connection to the story. Veronica, I'm going to ask you to turn off your camera. I can't see there that we've done this, but it's such a privilege to tell the story. This is in fact the 82nd webinar since lockdown began, brought to you by the South African Jewish Report. And I want to pay tribute to Pam. I see Pam has turned off her camera, but I asked her to keep it on. But I wanted to pay tribute to Pamela Roberts, because you do not understand the amount of work that Pam has put in over the last month, literally sifting through 30, 40, 50 hours of video footage to make sure that we can tell you the most beautiful story in the most appropriate manner. So Pam, I know you're embarrassed and shy and have turned off your camera, but on behalf of all of us, just a massive thank you for the remarkable work that you've done, all of it as a volunteer for the South African Jewish Report. We're telling beautiful stories, emotional stories that will make you cry tonight. And we're doing that because of all of your hard work. So a massive thank you to you, Pam. Really appreciate everything on behalf of our community that you do for all of us. So we mentioned this is the 82nd webinar of the South African Jewish Report. We remind you once again that the newspaper is out. There's an amazing story this week on the front page about the Chief Justice being ordered to apologize for interfering or meddling in politics or current affairs. It's really worthwhile a read. Please go to your local Dis-Chem, coffee shop, supermarket, spaza shop, garage shop, Checkers, Pick and Pay, Exclusive Books, CNA, Shul, Jewish Day School. Pick up a copy of the South African Jewish Report. And if you're unable to get the hard copy edition, don't forget as well, www.sajr.co.za. That's our new website. It's mobile friendly. We are getting, in fact, we looked at statistics today. We're getting about 28,000 unique people a month coming onto the Jewish Report's website. What's very interesting is about 10,000 of those 28,000 people are in fact coming on from outside South Africa, wanting to read the news of our community. So don't forget, either hard copy or alternatively, go on electronically, www.sajr.co.za. Danny Kadar, you're on controls this evening. Give us a wave. Thank you for being on controls this evening. People also don't understand the amazing amount of work and effort you put in behind the scenes to make sure that all of this runs smoothly. So a huge thank you to you, Danny. And Dina, the next webinar, that's coming up on Wednesday evening. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. So I'm apologizing if there's music in the background. My neighbors play music for the health workers at 7 o'clock exactly on a Sunday evening. All right. So Wednesday evening, again, it's Pesach is coming up. Pesach sends shivers down your spine. If you know you've got to clean, you've got to cook, you've got to sort out your Seder. And the last year was a bit different, but this year people are entertaining some of their close family and relatives. So we have put together the most amazing lineup from a cooking perspective. We have got the chefs in Johannesburg and in Lithuania. We have got Karen Melamed, we have got Sharon Glass, we have got Dolores Fischer, we've got Nita Digotine from Lithuania, we've got Patsy Jakes and Ronnie Kaplan, who are going to show us how to make charoset and knedel and grain, because if you've never made those things, they seem very exciting and complicated, but actually they really dumb it down and show you how to make your own. So the show will absolutely allow you to wow your guests, to create culinary delights that actually you can use for Pesach and not for Pesach, which is going to be the nice thing. So it's a show, yes, absolutely, that you have to tune into pre-Pesach, make your lives easier, get the ideas out, and also they always do beautiful, simple, delicious recipes. So I think, yeah, the show on Wednesday night will be a fantastic, fantastic one. We've had previous cooking shows and they've all been massively successful, and we keep getting amazing feedback. So hopefully this will be the same.
So we look forward to 8 o'clock Wednesday night, Dina. You're going to be talking to us about food and Pesach and doing some amazing recipes for us. But Benji, we're going to recreate the world Jewish community next week, Sunday evening. We're going to have our Pesach show, our now second Pesach show. No one could have imagined 12 months ago that we'd be doing this again.
So our mission here in the webinars, and thanks so much to your hard work. You've thanked everyone else, but has been to provide a town hall. And this Pesach, we thought, why don't we just extend that town hall and all try have a Seder together? And so we've gone out and we've tried to find some of the most remarkable international people, as well as some of our incredible talent locally. We've got Rabbi David Rosen, an ex-chief rabbi of Ireland, our very own remarkable Rabbi Chazdan, Rabbi Sackstein, the world-famous human rights rabbi. Then we've got some singers, some of our local guys, as well as cousin Nathaniel Herstik and Azi Schwartz from the Hampton Shuls and from Park Avenue Shul. And to spice it up a bit, Howie, we couldn't have had it without Nick Rabinovitz and Gilly Apter, just to bring a little bit of spice to it. But our goal is to bring the world together for our Pesach Seder and to just enjoy and understand how inspiring it is that even though we can be in lockdown or only have small groups, we still are so connected by this tradition that we have celebrated for so many years with the entire Jewish community of the world. And that's so exciting for us, and we can't wait. And I know it's something that all of us feel really inspired just organizing it, and we really hope to bring something remarkable to our wonderful viewers.
Thank you, Benji. So that's next week, Sunday evening, 7 o'clock, our annual Pesach show. Please remember to join us for that. Also, we have reached maximum capacity on Zoom of 1,000 logins are concurrently on Zoom, although it does allow us by people sharing links to go above that. But if you do know people who are trying to get in, please direct them onto our YouTube channel. And for people watching on YouTube, please do us a favor, click the like and subscribe button, because that allows us to notify you what's going on. But we have a huge crowd this evening. And we want to thank everyone who has joined us this evening from around the world, because this week, exactly 100 years ago, Isaac Ochberg left on a mission to save the world. Isaac Ochberg sailed from Cape Town to Eastern Europe because he believed he had the ability to save hundreds of Jewish orphans who were dying through persecutions, through pogroms. Tonight, we are going to retell the story of Isaac Ochberg. We're going to trace this mission as he went. We're going to speak to some of the 4,000 people who owe their life today to the vision and courage of one single man, Isaac Ochberg. But tonight would not be possible without a number of people who have helped us put this webinar together. The original idea came to us from Leanne Copenhagen, who for months has been saying to me, we have to tell the story of Isaac Ochberg. To David Kaplan, who said, let's do this webinar exactly on the 100th anniversary of the week that Isaac Ochberg left the Cape in order to go rescue people. To Pamela Roberts, who has spent months editing videos to allow us to watch this evening. To Lauren Snitcher in Cape Town, who's been one of the driving forces between getting people onto this webinar, making sure we have the right people to tell the stories this evening. And to the Ochberg Committee in Israel, who've been so instrumental in making sure we do not forget the name of one man who was determined to save the world. We're going to begin by looking at and getting an understanding of what it was like for all the Jews of Eastern Europe between 1917 and 1921.
Half the world's Jews, more than 5 million souls, lived in Russia at the start of the 20th century, a time when anti-Semitic feelings reached near hysterical proportions in the Pale of Settlement, that curiously named part of the Tsar's empire from the Baltic to the Black Sea, where Jews were permitted to live. More than 3 million Russians had died during the First World War. Then, in 1917, had come the revolution, and in the civil war that followed, at least as many again were killed.
The western territories of the Russian Empire in the aftermath of the revolution is absolutely catastrophic. You have the collapse of power. Every group in the population is threatened.
One group was surely more at risk than all the others. Revolution and civil war had already made for a lethal cocktail, but when it was both shaken and stirred, with superstitious beliefs about Jewish customs, Jews could so easily be seen as fair game for any wandering Cossack with a grudge. Between 1917 and 1921, more than 1,400 pogroms took place in what is now Ukraine, Belarus, and Poland. It's an ugly word, pogrom, an ugly word for an ugly act. In its original Russian, it means outrage or havoc. But for more than a century now, in English, a pogrom has come to mean an organized, deliberate attack on a minority, often Jews. One of the bloodiest was the 1919 Proskurov massacre. 1,600 Jews were killed in 3 hours in Proskurov that day, 1/10 of the town's Jewish population. Proskurov became the iconic pogrom of collective Jewish memory.
I was born in 1998, and I can tell you they were bitter years, but the Russian Revolution was terrible.
I slept in a house on the floor. I defecated.
Keep one.
Then I slept.
I'll take one.
I was so scared. I was an animal. I wasn't a human being.
No clothes, no shoes. We had to cover our feet in pieces of rag.
I'm sorry, Sandy, I can't get sun. Now, Daddy's got sun.
I climbed up to the attic where he was hiding.
We had no sound on the other room. Now I'm
I
going to
saw
use
the food they brought him. I was hungry. I couldn't touch it.
No one will ever know the exact numbers, but between 100,000 and 150,000 Jews were killed at this time.
watching from the one.
Another 50,000 or so Jewish women were raped, and as many as 1 million Jews were directly affected in some way by pogroms. While all civilians were at risk in these troubled times, only Jews were killed simply for being Jews.
My mother said to my father, "Will you go outside and have a look what's happening?" And he went outside, and the Cossacks were attacking an elderly woman, and he interfered, and the Cossacks shot him. And my mother went outside to find out what's happening, and he died in her arms.
One of the officers caught hold of one of the little boys. He was just a beating the older man, 5, 6 years of age. And he grabbed him by the neck, he took out his sword, and he was shouting, I was going to cut his head off. And the mother saw it.
Sandy.
Yeah, I remember it. She was never the same again.
Nothing. Everything stopped.
All the videos are playing, and that's very disruptive to everyone. Richard Mendelsohn, if I could ask you to turn on your camera, please, and your microphone. The story of what was happening in Eastern Europe at the time.
Yes, indeed.
Why don't we know the story? Is it because the story of the Holocaust has almost dwarfed what was happening after the Russian Revolution and in Eastern Europe at the end of the Second World War?
Oh, yeah, I think it's a combination of factors. Firstly, as you've correctly pointed out, it's certainly because the Holocaust is on a completely different scale to what happened in Eastern Europe in the wake of the Russian Revolution. Scale is very important. The other thing about it is that what happens in Eastern Europe is more localized than the Holocaust. The duration is also much more limited than the Holocaust. And also because it's a series of local pogroms that's not systematic and programmatic as the Holocaust were, where the Nazis turned on the Jews and sought the elimination of Jews. So for all of those reasons, it's overshadowed by the Holocaust.
So tell us, before we move on to Eastern Europe, what was happening in South African Jewry around the time of 1920, 1921? Was there large-scale immigration happening from Eastern Europe at the time?
South African Jewish immigration really takes place during in the aftermath of the discovery of gold on the Witwatersrand in the 1880s. And between the 1880s and the outbreak of the First World War in 1914, about 40,000 Jews arrived from Eastern Europe. There's no immigration during the war itself for obvious reasons, but in the wake of the war, until South Africa closes its doors to Eastern Europeans in 1930, there's a fresh wave, there's a further wave of immigration from Eastern Europe. I think the important thing to know about the community, Howard, is that it's a community that very rapidly embedded itself in South African society. It's a community that very rapidly became quite prosperous. And Isaac Osgood is obviously an example, a very good example of that Jewish success. But as I'll say a bit later, it's a Jewish community, nevertheless, that wasn't completely at ease in South African society.
And within Eastern Europe, many of the Jews in Eastern Europe lived in what was known as the Pale of Settlement.
Right.
Where is this area exactly?
Well, it's an area that stretches all the way from the Baltic right through to the Black Sea. But of course, the important thing to realize, Howard, is that with the coming of the Russian Revolution in 1917, the Pale of Settlement effectively dissolves. Jews are now free to move throughout the area. So in one sense, the Russian Revolution frees Jews. It frees Jews of the oppressive Tsarist yoke. But in another way, and the film suggests that, shows that, it plummets the Jews of Eastern Europe into a world of uncertainty and of chaos. And that's because the Russian Empire itself, as the film shows, comes apart at the seams. Nationalist movements in Poland and Ukraine take advantage of Russian weakness to create independent states. The Poles succeed in doing this. The Ukrainians essentially fail. And from 1918 right through to 1921 and the Bolshevik victory in the Russian Civil War, the Ukraine in particular, more than Poland, becomes a bloody battleground. It becomes Eastern Europe's heart of darkness. Poles fight Ukrainians for control of the Western districts where many Jews live. Ukrainian nationalists fight against the Russian Bolsheviks for national independence. White Russians, that is anti-Bolsheviks, and their Cossack soldiers fight against the Reds, the Bolsheviks, and Greens, armed peasant bands, fight to protect their villages and lands against the Reds seizing their livestock and grain. And crucially, with some partial exceptions, all of these groups, perhaps with the exception of the Bolsheviks, turn on the Jews living in the small towns and cities throughout the Ukraine.
So were Jews greater victims than other people in all of this chaos, or were they just caught up in the middle of, as you described, the heart of darkness?
No, they are the greater victims, particularly in the Ukraine. And the question that occurs to me is, why are the Jews the particular victims? And I think the answer to that question is because of their historic vulnerability and because of their otherness. Jews are the historic targets for ethnic hostility in the society. And in the Ukraine in particular, there's a long history of anti-Semitic violence stretching all the way back to the 17th century, the Khmelnytsky massacres, and forwards to the pogroms of the early 1880s and of the mid-1900s. And what this is about is obviously a toxic mix of Judeophobia, hostility towards Judaism and Jews, and also peasant economic resentment of the Jewish traders on whom they depended. But now in 1919, there is an added ingredient, an explosive new ingredient in the wake of the Russian Revolution. And that ingredient is the widely held belief in the Ukraine by Ukrainian nationalists, by white Russians, by Cossacks, by the Ukrainian peasantry, that they were all threatened by Judeo-Bolshevism. What is Judeo-Bolshevism? What is the idea? It is the idea that Bolshevism itself, communism, was a Jewish phenomenon, that the Jews in general, all of the Jews, were responsible for the Bolshevik menace. And this paranoid delusion, because that's what it is, this extraordinarily dangerous fantasy fed on the prominence of a number of Jews in the Bolshevik leadership, most notably Leon Trotsky, aka Lev Bronstein, who was the leader of the Red Army, and it also fed on the presence of Jews who before the revolution were firmly inferior to their Gentile neighbors in the ranks of Bolshevik officialdom, including its dreaded secret police, the Cheka. Now it's stating the obvious, that the great majority of Jews in Eastern Europe were neither Bolsheviks nor Cheka secret police, but this mattered very little in these violent times.
So Richard, we heard in the movie that we watched 1,400 pogroms. What actually is a pogrom?
Well, a pogrom, it's a Russian word, and as the movie suggested, what it means is to destroy, to wreak havoc, to demolish violently. It's a Russian word, a Slavic word that entered the English language in the 1880s in the wake of the pogroms of the early part of that decade. Let me just say something, Howard, following on what you've been saying about the pogroms. 1919 is the key year. 1919 is the annus horribilis of Ukrainian Jewry. It is the year of the pogrom in the Ukraine. And these pogroms were characterized firstly by their extent, the sheer number of pogroms conducted by peasants, by Cossacks, by nationalist soldiers, by white Russians. Literally many, many hundreds of pogroms during the course of this terrible year. And one contemporary observer who did a very careful count of the time recorded no fewer than 1,182 pogroms during the entire period. Now, a second feature of these pogroms was their overwhelming destructiveness and extraordinary brutality. As awful as the pogroms had been during the Tsarist years, the pogroms in Ukraine in 1919 were in another league. Robbery, extortion, looting, arson, massacre, mutilation, and mass rape. Now, the actual death toll is very uncertain because of the absence in this complete state of anarchy of the kind of documentation we have for the Holocaust. Contemporary estimates vary enormously from a minimum of about 50,000 to roughly 120, 130,000. And of course, many more people were injured, and an estimated 500,000 pogrom victims became refugees. And just imagine the impact of these pogroms on a Jewish population that was already weakened by epidemic disease. Typhus, which is transmitted by infected lice, was rampant in these years and possibly killed more than the pogroms. In Eastern Europe and in Russia, typhus was the greater killer among the Jewish population than the Spanish flu of 1918 and other infectious diseases of the age, including cholera, dysentery, and tuberculosis. Just to give you one example, in the winter of 1919 to 1920, in just one city, Kiev in the Ukraine, some 25,000 Jews died of typhus, according to the cemetery records. This is nearly a quarter of the Jewish population of Kiev, which had been swollen by Jewish refugees from the pogroms.
Richard, I've got two quick questions before we leave you. The one is, these pogroms, were they spontaneous or were they organized?
Both. There's a large measure of spontaneity in these pogroms. The local peasants would turn on their Jewish neighbors. Equally, a Cossack band would arrive in a village and would lay into the very vulnerable Jewish community. But at the same time, there's also a measure of design. The White Russians, those are Russians who are fighting against the Bolsheviks, quite deliberately targeted Jews. And the orders seem to have come from quite high up within the White Russian ranks. So it's a bit of both. It's a bit of both organized and certainly spontaneous. Now, can I just say something, a last thing about all of this? And that is that in addition to this refugee crisis that the pogrom set off, there's also the phenomenon, which is very visible to the world, it's the Jewish world, of Jewish orphans. And Jewish orphans in this period roam the ruins of their homes and towns. And a horrifying report that Rich's World Jury in 1920 notes that there are over 137,000 Jews in the Ukraine, 137,000 Jewish orphans. And it goes on, and I'll finish with this, goes on to say that, quote, children of tender age, practically living wild and semi-barbarous lives without homes or means of obtaining regular sustenance beyond their own puny resources, which were mainly the garbage lots of Ukrainian towns and villages. And when this source failed to provide for them, they were trying to assuage the pangs of hunger by eating such edible wild roots and herbs. And these are the sorts of reports that are coming back to Cape Town, to people like Isaac Ochberg.
So Richard, last question for you. If Ochberg had not launched on his mission 100 years ago this week, what would likely have happened to the orphans if he had not saved them?
Well, what we do know for certain, Howard, what we do know for certain is that those Jews who remain in the Ukraine, or in Poland for that matter, we know that the greatest number of them ultimately became victims of Adolf Hitler and of the Holocaust. So the likelihood, the probability is that many of those who, if they had remained, many of those orphans would have shared the common fate, the tragic, the appalling common fate of the Jews of Eastern Europe.
Richard Mendelsohn, thank you so much for joining us this evening. It's so appreciated, and thank you for that background information. We really appreciate everything that you've informed us about. Thank you so much. So we're now going to actually move on and talk about Isaac Ochberg, the man. And in order to do that, let's watch a very short video about him.
By 1920, more than 10 million people in Russia had perished from 6 years of war, famine, and disease. 1 million children were without mothers or fathers. But one group of these orphans, numbering as many as 300,000, were especially at risk. For they were Jews. This is the story of how a businessman at the other end of the world turned his belief that Something must be done for these children. Into action. As a 17-year-old immigrant from Russia, he'd arrived in Cape Town in 1895, penniless and unable to speak English. Within 10 years, he was a successful entrepreneur, and by 1920, his business interests, which stretched from ship salvage to property development and cinema ownership, made him one of South Africa's wealthiest men. This was Isaac Ochberg.
He was an exceptional person who was willing to take risks and willing to put himself at risk when he believed in something.
And it absolutely pained him that there were people, that there were still pogroms, and it just broke his heart.
He had the resources both financially but also as a person.
He became head of the Cape Jewish Orphanage, and it was then, round about 1920, when he heard about the plight of the homeless Jewish orphans in and around Eastern Europe.
And he couldn't see any way that he could not go and save children if he could.
And the orphans very much had a relationship with him. There was no doubt, they would sit on his lap and call him daddy and so on.
We called him daddy because to most of our children, he was the only daddy they ever knew.
We ran to him, Daddy Ochberg, Daddy Ochberg.
It took him 3 hours to walk up the stairs. One child would pull at his little finger, the other one would pull at the jacket, the other one would pull at his trousers. He just couldn't move.
He was a larger-than-life character.
To bring out children, put himself into danger. He was much more than just an ordinary man.
He gave off an aura, of goodwill. Unbelievable.
He not only saved me, but he saved all these children. Now, to save so many lives, he is an extraordinary man.
People to turn on their cameras. Noreen Weber, who is the granddaughter of Isaac Ochberg, Cynthia Zukas, also granddaughter of Isaac Ochberg, Tessa Weber Golden, the great-granddaughter of Isaac Ochberg, and Phyllis Friedlander, who is a niece of Isaac Ochberg. Welcome to all of you. Wonderful to have you with us this evening. So tell us maybe, the Webers, what do you remember of your father and grandfather?
Howard, I've prepared a little talk, but it's not very long. Do you want me to read it, or do you want me to just answer that? Because to be honest, I don't have direct memories. My mom has very little because she was young, but she can say something about her memories. But I've written a bit about what I knew from my grandmother. So do you want me to just...
Okay, let's go through it very quickly, but we'd love it to be a conversation.
Okay, I'll try. So first of all, I wanted to thank you and everyone who's made this possible. It's a total thrill for us to be here with you all, and we're very honored. And most of all, we honor all the descendants who are kind of our family now, our Ochberg family, and welcome everybody here. So what I want to talk about a bit is my great-grandfather, who I know only really through my grandmother, Bertha, who luckily I spent a lot of time with, as did my brother, and she in turn spent a lot of time talking to us about her father, who she loved very, very, very dearly and missed. So I have a bit of a knowledge, but not that much. She also had the discipline and intellect to write a book about him called This Was a Man, which I strongly recommend. Here it is. And it's a wonderful read. It's a short read and quite amazing. And I'm going to just turn to my mom because she does have a memory of her grandfather. Mom?
Well, I was very young when my grandfather died, but I do remember a kind, loving man. He gave me and my sisters beautiful presents, which he brought from overseas, like a rocking horse and a chair that played music. And we had these gifts throughout our childhood, and we enjoyed him coming for himself, not for the gifts.
And I know Auntie Phyllis has more memories in a way because she's very, very slightly older, but mostly because she lived in Cape Town, whereas my mom was in Johannesburg. So what I wanted to just give a bit of a sense of, but Howard, do interrupt me and ask me whatever you feel. I was going to just give a brief sort of history of the fact that he was born in Oman and his father left first in, I think, when did his father leave? 2 years before him, and then was able to bring him out. And he arrived at the harbor, with nothing. He had to walk from the harbor to find the place where he was living with some other Jewish people, and was apprenticed to a watchmaker. And gradually he became able to apply for South African citizenship, which seemed to be incredibly meaningful and important. And then, to quote my grandmother, he started to do very well. And his many business and family occupations did not by any means preclude him from taking part in communal affairs, particularly Jewish communal affairs. He never refused to support a worthy cause, and did not confine himself to the alleviation of distress among Jewry. On the contrary, this is in her words, his creed was that as he had achieved success in his own pursuit, he had a moral duty to help his less fortunate countrymen. And I think this is important because he was a man of simple tastes, and I don't think from what I gather, he was never sort of ostentatious in any way. Yeah, my mom's saying no, absolutely not. And of course, with the backdrop of the pogroms that Richard Mendelssohn's described, he was just devastated and very, very, very concerned, and felt that he owed it because he had done well and found freedom in South Africa and safety. He had to do whatever he could. And as my grandmother said, his first thought was for the children who had been abandoned and were wandering, and the idea that there were children sort of foraging for food and hiding in the forests and in the cities just broke his heart, and he had to do something. So he went about this rather extraordinary thing of fundraising and getting permission from the South African authorities, from the British authorities, and even in Russia, to be able to take 200 children to South Africa. As we know, he made impassioned appeals up and down the country. And I won't tell the story, but it's a most incredible story. And I'm sure that there are others who can tell it. But I did want to just read something that my grandmother wrote in her book, which I think describes what happened, a bit of, just sort of gives an indication of what it was like when he went to the Ukraine. It says, most of the children were in a shocking state. They were starving, clad in rags and verminous. Many of them were ill from the trauma of the horrible experiences which they'd had, and many were still in a state of shock from seeing their parents murdered before their eyes, or having to watch their mothers and sisters being raped. Apart from all these horrors, typhus, cholera, and smallpox were rampant, and my father himself had to take every possible precaution to protect himself. His life was in danger all the time, but if anything happened to him, the whole project would have had to be abandoned. So that was sort of her summarizing a letter he'd written, where he was very concerned that he was going to get ill and die because then the children wouldn't be saved.
Well, Tess, let's actually ask Phyllis, because Phyllis was in Cape Town. She knew him. He passed away only when Phyllis was 9. But Phyllis, you say he basically adopted you because you were the family that he had in Cape Town.
Yes, well, because I was in Cape Town and his other 3 grandchildren were in Johannesburg, he treated me like a granddaughter as well. And he was a go-getter in the family. His daughter Bertha said that already in Uman, he would go into the forest and catch pigeons to sell in the towns. So it was innate in him to be an entrepreneur. And arriving in Cape Town, he was apprenticed, as Tessa said, to a jeweler. But hearing of the discovery of gold, he went to the Transvaal. But every time he went there, the attitude upset him. He got sick. So he came back to Cape Town. And he and his father, Aaron, who was a gentleman, not like his son, had a hotel together. But when Isaac went to Johannesburg, the hotel business evidently failed. He was naturalized in 1899, and now a British citizen, he returned to Russia to get out of doing his military service, which he did with bribery and Russian corruption in the corruption. While in Uman, he met and fell in love with his sister Clara's beautiful friend Pauline Waldener, who was afterwards called Polly. And they were betrothed and married in the UK. He then returned to Uman, to Africa, and unfortunately, without him, the hotel business had not succeeded. So he now had to earn more money to bring out his new wife and eventually his family. And he started a coffee business, borrowed £5 in those days, bought coffee beans, ground them at home, put them into small bags and sold them the next day, and repeated that. And this is how he started to build up his business. And eventually, as I think the Professor Mendelssohn said, he was in a shipping business called the Ochberg Shipping Line. When he had sufficient money, he bought out his wife Polly. He then bought a small plot of land, built a house, and sold it at a good profit. And so he proceeded to buy land, to buy derelict ships and sell them for scrap. He started the Ochberg Shipping Line. He was involved in the cinema business. And I remember my Auntie Polly had 2 free seats at the local cinema in Muizenberg. She went every week, and I was very envious of my aunt being able to go to the cinema every week. I think there was a special bond, however, between my mom and her brother. The morning Isaac died, on the ship coming back to Cape Town, there was a phone call to the hotel which my mother answered in the hall. And I heard my mom say, not my beloved brother. And I knew it was my Uncle Isaac she was talking about. As you said, my father, Leopold, and Isaac were very close. They were both ardent Zionists and community workers. They used to walk to Simonstown in the morning before breakfast and catch a train back for breakfast. We wonder what inspired my uncle to try and rescue the orphans. And when Russia was in the middle of the revolution.
Well, let's actually ask that question, Phyllis, 1 second. To the Webbers, what do you think inspired him? What was the thing within him that drove him to take all of these risks to go and rescue people?
Have you any idea, Mum?
I think it was just a need in him to help people, save people.
Yes, one second.
And I think having been brought up by my mother, who was the daughter of his daughter, and the values that I was brought up with was that whatever you have, and Auntie Phyllis would be upset, and her children are, I'm sure, brought up the same way, that it's meaningless to have anything if you don't share it. And if you don't use it to help other people and to improve their lives. And I was certainly brought up like that, and I think we all were, my children are. So I think for him, it was much more direct, because he had suffered, he had seen the pogroms, he knew people probably who were suffering back in Odessa, in Uman, and the thought of people he could relate to being so, desperate. I think that alone, and then I think with why he why he gave his huge legacy to Israel is because my brother said, remembers my grandmother saying that he read Mein Kampf, and he became absolutely petrified that the Jewish population would be extinguished, and that exterminated, and that something would happen with Hitler, and terrible things would happen to the Jews unless they had their own country. And so he threw everything he could into Zionism in order he believed it was the only way to save Jewry. And I think his saving of the 200 children was much the same, that he saw he had a vision that, I mean, is incredible to me because I don't have that, but of the future, that if you save 200 children now, that will be 4,000 Jews in 100 years' time. And I think that alone did it for him.
So he was one of the great philanthropists of his time. He gave enormously, in fact, the largest ever contribution to the JNF in the world, in the JNF's history. Is there still a connection today between the family and the philanthropic causes that he supported?
Auntie Phyllis, do you want to answer?
Yes. 10 years ago, there was a gathering of Ochberg family and Ochberg descendants on Kibbutz Dahlia, on the tract of land that the JNF bought, and we all gathered there, and there were many orphans there, and to this day there is a memorial area with the names of the orphans who descended with stones on this hill. And Noreen and I and Cynthia participated in this gathering. And Isaac, I wanted to say that Isaac knew that the journey to Russia would be dangerous. And he wrote to my dad, who showed me the letter saying, "Dear Leo, I know that this will be a dangerous undertaking. And if anything happens to me, Isaac, I rely on you to look after my wife and children." Wow. So he knew what was about to happen in Russia. As Tessa said, I think it was his love of children that inspired him. I'm sorry.
Howard, I just wanted to say, sorry, Auntie Phil, I just wanted to say that, and please carry on afterwards, but one thing I feel like I should admit, it's not something I intended to say, but you're asking me about the connection. And on the one hand, I felt very connected. So when I went on Orphan, one of the first things I did was go to Dahlia and meet people there and see his whatever I could. And we've been back over the years, and I go back to Mount Scopus.
I don't know what Dahlia is.
The kibbutz one of the kibbutzim. But the truth is that when my grandmother used to talk to me about her father, I used to phase out. I used to think, oh, there she goes again, showing off about her father. I was so immature and lacking in understanding of what he had done, and I couldn't understand it really until I went to Israel, and until the 50th anniversary, and I actually saw some of the orphans, and we watched the film. But before that, I think I was a little bit embarrassed about the fact that my great-grandfather had done these things. I didn't understand, I just thought, oh, well, I don't want to show off about it. So, I didn't relate to it. I mean,
so we're going to move on because we want to tell the story, but I have two more questions. The one is, we hear in the movie that he, in fact, was the richest Jew in South Africa in 1921. Is there still an Ochberg fortune today?
No.
No, unfortunately.
You know what? There's no fortune, but there's a fantastic. I mean, it's 4,000 descendants.
They're 4,000. That's a lot better.
Who cares about who the hell wants a fortune when there are all those people? I mean, it's just it's not an issue, is it?
So, as a final question to both Phyllis and maybe Noreen, give us one memory that you have of Isaac.
I think his warmth and generosity. I think Noreen mentioned that he used to bring them presents from Europe, and he used to bring me one, and I don't know whether you can see, I still have a little child's chair that he bought me, and it's a musical chair. When you sit on it, a child sits on it, it plays two little feet. And you know, after he brought the orphans back, British jury presented him with a parchment scroll of appreciation, and that scroll still hangs on my cousin Cynthia's walls in London, next to where Noreen used to live. And you know, when he brought the orphans back to South Africa and they went to Arcadia and Aranja, he didn't just abandon them. He used to visit Aranja every week. They called him, as Fanny Lockridge said, they used to hang on to his coat and want to touch him. He was Daddy Ochberg to them. And he visited Aranja, he supported their education, and he gave money to the girls when they married. The Aranja children were absolutely devoted to him. And I think in his will, he left money for Jewish causes, both in Palestine and here in South Africa, for all sections of the community. And Cape Townians might remember the Eon group in District 6, where the hall, which was their headquarters, was built by money, with money that Uncle Isaac had left for the Eon group. So
amazing.
Phyllis,
let us stop there, and let us actually just ask Noreen for one last memory that she may have of her grandfather.
Well, my grandfather had something which was quite unusual at that time. He took the basement of his house and turned it into a gym with a horse that you jump over and all the mechanics of a gym, which we used to stand in awe and watch him using it. And also on us, every Sunday, he used to walk up the mountain, and anybody that wanted to could walk with him, but he certainly had a Sunday walk up the mountain in Cape Town.
Amazing. Well, to all the family of Isaac Ochberg, thank you so much for joining us this evening. It's absolutely remarkable to hear the story of the man as well. So we're going to continue and talk about the actual mission that he went on.
They lived in the most dangerous of times, in the most dangerous of places, and they were just vulnerable children. The lucky few found themselves in orphanages funded with foreign aid. Others roamed the streets and countryside like feral creatures. One man made it his mission to save them.
8th August 1920, Mr. Isaac Ochberg in the chair. He felt strongly that South African juries should do something for these unfortunate children. As to who should proceed to England to bring out the children, the feeling of those present were that the chairman should go himself.
A person traveling in Eastern Europe in the period of the Civil War and right after it is first of all going to encounter people in incredible need. He's going to see lots of people on the move, lots of refugees. It's just going to be huge amounts of concentrated human misery.
On March the 18th, 1921, Isaac Ochberg left Cape Town by sea for Europe. He lingered in London and Paris for a while, but by June 4th he had set up his headquarters in Warsaw, and in the 2 months that followed, he engaged in a frenzied series of trips, collecting his orphans. Brest, Pinsk, Rovno, Sani, Lvov, Kovel, Kamenka-Shirsk, Kostopol. In Warsaw, he started from scratch, and with the help of a formidable matron, Regina Engel, he created a temporary holding orphanage in Sliska Street. The South African government had made strict rules supposedly governing who Ochberg was permitted to bring. Both parents must be dead, siblings must not be separated, and no child over 16 could be included. Ochberg ignored them all.
Smuts was in power then. He says, I don't object, you can bring as many children as you want, but they mustn't be sick children.
But he said to the government, it's all very well, I cannot look after 200 children myself. I must have nurses, teachers and childminders who will help me look after these 200 orphans. And so he brought the older brothers and sisters so that he didn't separate family.
By August, Ochberg had assembled 233 children in Warsaw. The next leg of their journey was to be by train to the port of Danzig. But before they could set off, some of the children fell ill and could not be taken, while 37 went missing. Some ran away, frightened of Africa and stories spun by a few of the older ones, of lions and tigers roaming the streets.
I remember crying like a baby. I want to go home. Of course, had I gone home, I would have gone home for good. I would have died in any case.
On the 19th of August 1921, the children boarded the train in Warsaw to leave behind their European nightmare forever.
My mother was the only grown-up person who saw us off at the station. This is a photograph of my mother, which she gave me on leaving Poland. She felt that at least one of her children may have a chance in life. She didn't know what chance, she didn't know what's going to happen to me, but she hoped for the best. And that's why she let me go.
From there we went with the Ochberg's boat. We went to Southampton. And we were in London a week or 10 days. Then we sailed to South Africa.
By now, there were 167 children under the age of 16 and 25 accompanying adults, many of them older siblings.
In reference to the arrival of Mr. Ochberg and the children from Russia, it was decided that the whole committee be invited to go down to the docks when the boat arrives.
When we arrived, we thought we were in fairyland. All the lights were on Table Mountain and everything else.
First time in my life I saw lights.
The children were split equally between orphanages in the South African cities of Cape Town and Johannesburg. All were then made available for adoption. But in spite of the enthusiasm and support for Ochberg's project shown by South Africa's Jewish community, surprisingly few children were taken. Isaac Ochberg's legacy is a reminder that a small act can make a big difference, and that one should never doubt that a group of thoughtful, committed people can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has.
Lauren Snitcher, if I could ask you to turn on your camera, please. Lauren, your Omar was in fact an Ochberg orphan, and you've made it one of your missions in life to tell the story, to remember the man and recount this remarkable journey that he went on. So tell us what was happening in South Africa at the time. Did he know Jan Smuts? What did he need to do before he could embark on this mission?
Howie, just two things before we start. You know, we haven't had a gathering of so many Ochberg orphans together, I think, ever. And I'm not sure when we ever will again. And I've been creating a database of all Ochberg orphan descendants since the mid-90s, and it would be fantastic to be able to update it. So if you could just please put my email into the chat, because I see here people are writing, and I mean, I can't take too much note of it, who they are, what their relationship is. So if they could all send me an email with their name, their email, their cell number, and how they related to the Ochberg orphan, I promise them I will update the database with all the latest information.
Well, can we actually ask for those people? You'll see there's a Q&A button. If you're watching on Zoom, put your details in the Q&A button and we'll pass it on to Lauren as well. But tell us about the story.
So, you know, before we go into what happened in South Africa, you've got to think at the time, here is a guy, he's at the pinnacle of his career. And what was so remarkable is that a man with the means of Isaac Ochberg and the profile that he had in the Jewish community, he could so easily have delegated the task of going to Eastern Europe. The fact that he went as president of the Cape Town Jewish Orphanage, that he embarked on this dangerous and daring rescue mission himself, tells us so much about this man, his selflessness, his courage, his total devotion and commitment to saving children at great personal risk to himself. And as we heard, he heard about the pogroms and atrocities from letters that were smuggled into South Africa in 1920. And when he and the orphanage decided something had to be done, the plan was to then bring these children to South Africa. So he approached the then Minister of the Interior, Sir Patrick Duncan, who gave them permission to bring orphans to South Africa. And he then went to Jan Smuts, who was Prime Minister of the Union government at that time, who not only confirmed and ratified the permission that Duncan had given him, but actually agreed to contribute to the mission on a pound-for-pound basis on various conditions. The conditions were that the South African Jewish community had to absorb the costs completely of those orphans they were bringing in. They were not to be a burden to the state. And as mentioned in the video clip, they had to be full orphans in that both parents had to have passed away. They had to be under the age of 16. They had to be physically and mentally healthy. To find a physically healthy child in those conditions at that time was near impossible. And he had to keep families together as much as he could. And as we know, he broke all those rules because many of them still had mothers, as we'll hear later, who survived them in Eastern Europe. And the older siblings, he brought the girls, the sisters, he brought as childminders and teachers so that he could keep the families together. He traveled throughout South Africa raising funds. He traveled the length and breadth, but most importantly, he appealed to the Jewish community to adopt these children because he really felt that that was going to be the solution to get them to be immersed into the Cape Town Jewish, the South African Jewish community. He also put in a huge amount of money of his own. And by about January of 1921, he was ready to embark on his mission. So I have to show you this because I have with me a briefcase, Isaac Ochberg's actual briefcase. And I don't know if you can see his name is embossed in the leather here. How I got this is Howie, it's a story for a webinar in and of itself. But not only do I have his actual briefcase, I've also got his cane that he used. And in many pictures, you see him with his top hat and his cane. So here is the cane. And he left South Africa on the 18th of March, which is this week, 100 years ago, and arrived in the UK, where he encountered a big problem because getting into Russia was almost an impossibility. So he got what is known as a Nansen passport, which enabled him to travel around Russia freely. And it was given to those people doing bona fide relief humanitarian work amongst Russian refugees. So although he could travel around Russia freely in terms of from a bureaucratic point of view, he still encountered the hostile military, the Cossacks and bandits who were roaming the area. And as was alluded to earlier, not everybody in South Africa was actually in favor of the children coming to South Africa. It was a time of deep economic depression and recession at the time. And the Jewish community were afraid that by bringing more Jewish children to South Africa, that anti-Semitism would rear its head again. And there were many as well that felt that as Jewish children, they should be taken to Palestine rather than to South Africa. So you heard from the video clip that during the months of June and July, he traveled from village to village. And what he did was he went to all the orphanages in what was then the Ukraine. I mean, in those days, like in 1917, you would wake up. One day it was Poland, one day it was Russia, one day it was something else. So he went from orphanage to orphanage, and by the time he had gathered a sizable amount of children who kind of met the criteria and conditions that Smuts had imposed on him, he decided the fairest way was to take 8 children from each orphanage. And that was excluding the children also alluded to earlier that he found roaming in the streets and the forests, literally foraging on potato peels, grasses, whatever they could find. And there's documentation of that in that he saw with his own eyes. There are 2 stories I just wanted to tell. The one was he found a little girl who was 3 or 4, and she was holding her little sister of 1 or 2. She didn't know her little sister's name. And Isaac called her Tzipora, which is bird, because she was so small, like a little bird. And the other story is of an orphan named Hirsch Stillerman, who came out to South Africa, to Johannesburg, in fact, with the Ochberg Orphans. His parents had been killed in front of him and his sister by the Peturian Cossacks. And when the Cossacks then told him to poke his sister's eyes out with a poker upon refusal, they killed the sister in front of him. They cut his hand off and they burnt his house down right in front of him. And he, together with the sister and little Tipora, were part of the kids that came with Isaac Ochberg to South Africa. But also, as alluded to, I mean, the kids that he found were in the most appalling condition. As you heard, they were starving. They were lice infested. Typhus, cholera was rampant. And Isaac Ochberg had to be careful, not just of external physical dangers, but he had to be careful of getting sick, which in fact he did. And there's a recount by a few of the orphans who remember weeping, lining the passages of the place where he was sick, and weeping, just praying for his recovery and terrified that he wouldn't be able to save them and take them out of Eastern Europe. According to Ochberg, the Polish government was most unhelpful, particularly in terms of getting the orphans' travel documents, etc. But by August the 1st, he'd gathered as many as he could. He had approximately 200 orphans, and some ran away, and he ended up, we're not entirely sure, because the lists we have, there's some duplication, and a Neustein can become a new Stadt, and we haven't tracked everybody. It seems like there was something between 160 and 180 orphans. And at this stage, most of them were already calling him Daddy Ochberg, because he was, to many of them, the only father they had. He then took them to London, where they stayed at Jews' temporary shelter. And by all accounts of the newspaper clippings at that time, there was such an overwhelming outpouring of love and support and compassion for these kids. There's accounts of them going to a magic show, and they went for rides in the park, and they met real London bobbies, and they were really well treated there. There's a sweet story as well, that coming back to South Africa on the boat, although they traveled steerage, one of the orphans remembers, she says that Isaac Ochberg traveled first class, but that he was with the orphans every step of the way, and every day he would come to them and give them little treats of biscuits or chocolates, and made them feel as comfortable as he could. And I know there was mention of Aaron Klug's relationship to the Ochberg story. So the story there is that...
So let's describe who Aaron Klug is. Aaron Klug is Nobel laureate, South African Jewish Nobel laureate for chemistry, I believe.
Yes. So of the 3 orphanages in Pinsk, one of them was actually run by Alexander or Alter Bobrov. He actually was an analytical chemist, but he went into these orphanages to go and look after the children, and came with the children to South Africa, those children that were chosen from his particular orphanage. And the stories the children relate, he was deeply beloved by them. They say that he used to play his ukulele for them on the boat when they were seasick or afraid, and that he was a polyglot, so he could easily translate between Russian and Yiddish and Polish and English. And so it was his daughter, Liba Bobrov, who was married to Aaron Klug, and so that's the relation.
So, Lauren, they arrive in Cape Town.
Yes.
They're 186 orphans who step off the boat. What happens to them?
So not all of them stepped off the boat. Some of them, actually, there was an outbreak of measles, and quite a few had to stay on the boat for a few more days. There are very moving newspaper clippings of a huge portion of the Jewish community of Cape Town coming down to the docks to greet these orphans. And while they were waiting for them to disembark, they took oranges and apples on the ends of their walking sticks and umbrellas and poked them through the portholes to give them to the children to eat while they were waiting. And the kids didn't know how to eat an orange and a banana and what to do with the skin. So they were then taken to the Cape Town Jewish Orphanage. And from there, half of them went the next day. They traveled by train up to Johannesburg. And you've just got to think of that era. Like today, there would have been support systems and counseling, and they would have been supported at every level. Then there was nothing. You just got on with it. And these people, including my Omar, grew up to be very stable, contributing members to their community. They always had a consciousness of helping the community and being involved in communal affairs. And they brought up stable Jewish families and were a great asset to the communities in which they lived. And as I always say, were it not for Isaac Ochberg, me and the 4,000 other descendants of these orphans, we wouldn't be here, because these orphans, like those who tragically had to be left behind, would almost certainly have been killed at the hands of the Nazis 2 decades later. And as descendants of Ochberg orphans, I think that we're the living legacy, and we will do whatever is in our power for however long we live to keep the memory of Isaac Ochberg alive.
Lauren, thank you for that beautiful, beautiful tale that you've told us. We have posted your contact details onto the Zoom chat, the YouTube chat, and the Facebook chat. So if you are the descendant of an Ochberg orphan, and if you would like to be in touch with this family of people who survived because of one man, please very much be in touch with Lauren. It's lauren@snitcher.org. The spelling is quite difficult, so please have a look at the comment section on YouTube, Facebook, and on Zoom, and be in touch. Lauren, we're going to come back to you in a little while and talk about your Omar, who is one of the survivors. But before we do that, we actually want to go and listen to some of the testimonies of people who actually came off the boat with Isaac Ochberg, and we're going to hear that in a second. So I'm going to ask you and Paula to turn off both your cameras, and we're going to continue.
Writing in Yiddish, Ochberg kept a record of what he could find out about his orphans. The murder by Bolsheviks of the father of Manuel Romanovsky, then called Mendel Feldman, is noted. Little Malka Shapira had lost both her parents to hunger or typhus and was left alone without any help. Sissy Harris had 2 brothers who got left behind, while her eldest sister, Lisa, was over 16. Ochberg simply transformed Lisa into a nurse, and all 3 sisters made the journey.
I'm clinging to my elder sister, and we were probably all crying. And my grandmother said that she couldn't bear to watch us go because she'd never see us again. How alone we were. Such an unhappy face.
Charles Migdal was living in one of the Pinsk orphanages and showed remarkable ingenuity to get on Ochberg's list.
He came and he said to me, "How did my parents die?" So I said, "Well, they died a natural death. They wouldn't take us." So I said to my brothers, "Come, let's go after them. They won't know who they took, who they didn't take."
Fanny Lokic had lost both her parents by the time Ochberg chose her and her brother to make the journey from Russia to South Africa.
He took a fancy to me, and he says, "Would you like to come?" I said, "Yes." And I said, "I've got a brother, and I wanted my brother to come so that he can look after me." Oh, my brother was so pleased that I was with him, and I was pleased that he was there.
Jewish people of Johannesburg came along to the orphanage. I don't know what made me do it, but I saw an elderly woman who attracted me. She must have reminded me of my mother, because I went up to her and I grabbed her and I said, "Mama." I wouldn't let her go.
Solly quickly came to regard the Josselowitzes of Johannesburg as his mother and father. 15 years later, he was to receive a letter from his natural mother in Lvov.
My mother was killed by the Nazis. My sister and her husband and her 2 children were taken away by the Germans on the train. And my mother followed the train, and she got killed following the train.
These are the resting places of the forebears of Ochberg's orphans. But they and their descendants were spared the ovens of Auschwitz, Sobibor, Belzec and Majdanek, and are now spread around the globe from Australia to Zimbabwe.
My mother was brought out by Daddy Ochberg, Sarah Geyer.
And my mother was Polly Stanger.
My dad, Oren, was an Ochberg orphan.
Our late father, Benny Radomski, was an Ochberg orphan.
We are the daughters of Charles Steiner.
I'm an Ochberg granddaughter. She's an Ochberg great-granddaughter.
For our family, the greatest joy is knowing that the children he saved not only had rich and loving lives themselves, but that well over 3,000 descendants, almost 4,000 and more all the time, are now living full, productive lives all over the world.
When I see their grandchildren, wow, what a future.
He wasn't picked up by Ochberg, then we wouldn't be here, and Arnold and Raymond wouldn't be here, and it just would have ended that part of the family.
Grandpa didn't tell us anything. He told my mum a little bit, but we've just learned from other people, and from my mum's done a lot of research, and we've studied a lot about Grandpa.
I'm just thinking what a wonderful man he is, and so many descendants of those people he saved are now here today, and they wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him and his marvellous work.
If I could ask Paula Sleer to turn on her camera. Lionel Sleer, I don't know if you're joining us as well. Paula, is Lionel able to join us as well?
No, my dad's not going to join us. He's listening. And he briefed me on every story, so I know exactly what to say.
So Lionel is 90 years old, living in Johannesburg. Paula, people know you as an international war correspondent. You're Middle East correspondent for Russian TV. You write for the Jewish Report. You're very close to all of us. You join us tonight from Israel. Tell us the story of your family.
Well, Howard, I want to say, first of all, thank you. I mean, as you mentioned, I am a journalist, which means I spend my life telling stories, but I've always known that the most important story to tell is my own story. If there's one regret I have, it's that I didn't ask my Omar, Sarah Altuska was her maiden name, that I didn't ask her any questions. And when I talked to my dad about this, he says whenever he would bring up the topic, Omar would say, there's nothing nice to talk about. Why do you want to talk about those terrible times? What I do know is Lauren mentioned that there were children that were out in the fields looking for food. Well, my grandmother and her 3 sisters and their brother were amongst those children that were looking for mushrooms every day. They used to sleep in the synagogue in Brest-Litovsk at night, and my grandmother had a bullet wound in her leg at the top. And she never knew how it came there, but she would always wear long dresses so that it covered the mark on her leg. She also had a best friend who came with her from Brest-Litovsk who would never wear the colors red and white because it reminded her of the blood on the snow in Brest-Litovsk. We never knew what happened to my great-grandparents, my Omar's parents. We were told snippets of a story where she remembered what she thinks was her mother lying on the ground, presumably dead, with a baby whose name was Jossel at her side. We assume that they were killed in the pogroms or with the flu or something. As I say, my grandmother always said that the stories are just too terrible to remember. A couple of years ago, my father and I decided that we wanted to go to Brest-Litovsk, and we went one trip, and then the second trip, my sister and brother and mother and other relatives joined us. And we went to try and find a little bit about what had happened to these orphans who were taken and if there were any memories left behind of them. The first thing I must mention is that there's a small Jewish museum in Brest-Litovsk where they've traced the history of the Jewish community there. They had never heard of Isaac Ochberg. and they'd never heard of some 200 Jewish orphans who disappeared. So for them, the story was absolutely remarkable. We found the synagogue where my grandmother used to sleep at night, and the bottom half of the synagogue is still there. Not the bottom half, more like the foundation. And then built on top of it is a modern day cinema. You saw in the one video the tombstones that were left behind. The Nazis used a lot of the Jewish tombstones from the main synagogue, from the main cemetery in Brest-Litovsk. They used them for paving. And what has happened in the last few years is that people have been collecting the tombstones. They've put them in a big pile. And we're hoping that we can raise the funds to make some kind of memorial. And for me, the most amazing thing would be to find the name Altuska on those tombstones, because it would really be the closest I can come to my great-grandparents. When my father and I were standing where the cemetery used to be, today it's just a modern open field, and it's used as the soccer pitch, a football pitch. An old man walked past us with a walking cane, and I asked him if he knew what had been there before. And he said, well, he remembers as a little boy, they used to play soccer with the skulls. And so that would have been the generation before my grandmother, where they were all buried. When I went to Brest-Litovsk with my dad, he started remembering snippets of information that his mother had told him. For those of you who know, there's the big fortress at Brest-Litovsk, where at the end of the First World War, the Germans surrendered. So you can still see the fortress, you can still see gunshots in the wall. My father also remembers my Omar talking about the River Bug. And we have a joke in the family that we have a vein of Russian madness. And we say it comes from drinking the water at the River Bug. And my father had imagined beforehand that the River Bug was going to be this massive water with these huge ships going down. And it's actually not such a big river, and it's filthy, filthy, filthy. So my father remarked at the time that if we weren't mad from drinking the River Bug, we would have been mad to have drunk it in the first place. So we're convinced that there's definitely a streak of Russian madness that goes through my family. As I mentioned, the museum there has the relics of Jewish life. We managed to put an exhibition together of the Ochberg children, and a few of them did come from Brest-Litovsk. And for any of you who want to go and visit Brest-Litovsk, there's now in the Jewish museum there a little bit of a memory to the orphans that disappeared. There was an old man there, a Jewish man who had survived the war, and we went to visit him. He obviously couldn't speak in English, and he showed us a book he had. And in the book were written all the names of the Jewish community that he had managed to trace since the start of the 1900s. And it was very, very moving. We found my family's name, Altuska, and my grandmother's name, Sarah, was there, and a whole lot of Altuskas that we couldn't even identify. Now, it was mentioned earlier that Ochberg had certain requirements. He could not bring children over the age of 16. So my grandmother, when she came with her older sister, whose name was Tessa, and Tessa was 16, so she came as a nurse. And there was also a younger sister, Leah, and there was a brother, Chaim. The other requirement that Ochberg had was that he could not leave, or he should not separate families. The remarkable story about my family is that one sister was left behind, Fagel. And we can't quite figure out why Ochberg would have left her behind, other than to think that he was probably planning to go back the next year and bring some more children. What had happened is, I mentioned to you that my grandmother and her sisters and brother used to spend the days looking for food and mushrooms and things to eat. Fagel had been bitten by a snake, and so she went into a hospital. When Ochberg came and collected the children, Fagel was in hospital, and so she was left behind. Now, if you can imagine, Fagel at the time was 12 years old. If you can imagine for a 12-year-old girl to come out of hospital, she has no parents, no relatives, nothing. And she suddenly found that all her sisters and brother have been taken to Africa. That's all they knew, was that it was a man had come and taken them to Africa. My Omar lost contact with her sister for 50 years. So for 50 years, she never knew what had happened to the sister. And suddenly, through the work of the Red Cross, one day a letter arrived in Durban written in Yiddish. And the sister Fagel had managed to go to Argentina, trace my Omar and her siblings, and written to them in Yiddish. So there was a reunion that was organized in Buenos Aires, and my sister and my grandmother and her sister Leah, went to Argentina to visit the sister that they had left behind, essentially. The older sister had already passed away. Now, 2 years ago, I went to Argentina, and for the first time, I met the descendants of Fagel. She had a son who is my father's age. So he's actually a little bit younger. He's about 84. My dad's already 90. And he said to me that his mother, the sister who'd been left behind, spent her whole life, what he remembers is his mother always, always, always crying. And when she met her two sisters, she had just one question for them. And the question was, why did you leave me behind? When I spoke with Bernard, her son, he said it was as if his mother had spent her whole life waiting to be reunited with her sisters. And a few months after the three of them got together, Fagel passed away. And I went to visit her grave and silently give her a message that we haven't forgotten her and her descendants. I made a WhatsApp group with all my new relatives in Argentina who are watching tonight. I don't know how they're going to understand because most of them don't speak English and I don't speak Spanish. We'll have to translate this into Spanish at some stage. And I have 42 new cousins. And after we set up that WhatsApp group with our 42 cousins from everywhere, so we now have cousins from Argentina, from South Africa, from China. We have people living in Israel, in the UK. One of the grandchildren in Argentina sent me a private message and she said, we always felt that we didn't have any family. And at least now we feel that we're part of a family. So it's thanks to Ochberg that myself and all of us who are talking today and sharing our stories are able to share these stories, because although my great aunt was lucky that she survived, many of the children who were left behind by Ochberg did not. And so I just wanted to say thank you for giving my family the chance to share our story.
Paula, you're making me cry.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Oh, it's a terrible thing, but a moving and remarkable story. Thank you for sharing that with us. Really appreciate it. Lovely to see you on our webinar again. And with that, Ram Romanowski, you joining us from Canada, from the cold white north. Ram, tell us the story of your family.
Our story relating to the Ochberg connection begins with the White Russians, the Cossacks, entering the small shtetl of Shask in the western Ukraine. The pogrom resulted in my grandfather being murdered for the simple crime of being a Jew. A short term passes, and my grandmother got her children together and told them that she couldn't feed them and feared the return of the Cossacks, the White Russians, would result in their death. She therefore sent her three children, Chaya, 12, Feifel, 10, and my dad, Manuel, 6, on their way, stating they should follow the moving humanity and maybe they could reach safety. It is hard to imagine a mother being forced to give up not one, but 3 of her children. She did not accompany them on this journey, as there was a younger sister, Raisa, of 9 months old, who would not survive this arduous journey. On the journey, in a very rural area, my dad kept on complaining. He was tired, cold, and hungry, and his brother 10 and sister 12 decided to abandon him on the side of the road, remembering he was a 6-year-old child. It was freezing cold, minus 25 degrees, and my dad soon developed hypothermia and collapsed into a snowbank. Whether it was God's will or fate, a Ukrainian farmer soon found this frozen boy and took him to his village and revived him. In the Ochberg biography, my dad claims he died on the journey. Within days, my dad was on the road again. He was not sure if he ran away or was chased away. He clears into a Polish town, Vlodova, and lives on the street for approximately a year. In his words, he was a feral animal and defecated where he slept. If you remember that on the clip you showed us. Ochberg picked up most of the orphans in orphanages, but found my dad on the street. My dad had no interest in going with him as at this time he did not trust adults. But Ochberg was definitely not going to leave this Jewish child behind. He took him to the orphanage in Schliske Street, Warsaw, where to his joy he was reunited with Chaya and Feifel, as they had been picked up by Mr. Ochberg in another village a few villages down the road. However, approximately 37 children escaped just prior to the journeys to South Africa, and his sister and brother were in that group, never to be seen again. With the rest of the time allocated to me, I want to discuss this incredible journey Mr. Ochberg undertook. My family and brother Gerald retraced my dad's and Mr. Ochberg's steps a few years ago. The immense distance he covered in a very rural area, hostile to Jews, cannot be adequately described and comprehended by me being a simple chartered accountant. I do want to highlight one aspect of our journey which speaks to this courageous man, Mr. Ochberg. In Vladimir, our guide took us to the shul, and you must understand this town has not had the presence of a Jewish community, I'm sure, since 1945. We were astonished at what a magnificent shape the shul was in. We wanted to go inside the shul, but were stopped at the door by a gentleman stating there was no room as it was full. Full, we thought? It was 11 a.m. on Thursday, and Shachrit and Musaf would have long been completed. We did proceed upstairs and look down and see what was going on. Our hearts soared when we saw it was full of Poles learning Hebrew, and we were convinced Poland had come to terms with its past. We left the shul elated. However, this was short-lived, as Thursday was the village market day, and to our horror, we noticed the best-selling article was a carving of the worst caricature of a Hasidic Jew holding bags of money. And if one bought this carving, it would bring one great wealth. At the same time, we realized the Poles had learned nothing from their past relationship with the Jews. But thanks to Mr. Ochberg, my brother and my family were now merely observers and didn't have to live the horrors of that Isaac Ochberg had rescued the orphans from. A further point to illustrate what a great and determined individual Mr. Ochberg was can be witnessed in that the South African government had given him strict instructions and requirements on how these 200 orphans were to be selected. And we were told he disregarded them all in his determination to rescue these Jewish children. A similar undertaking was happening at the same time, believe it or not, in Canada. And not wanting to be critical of the Canadian Jewish rescue attempt, but they were also given permission to bring back 200 Jewish orphaned kids, and also with strict conditions placed on such a selection process. Unlike Mr. Ochberg, they interviewed 8,000 such poor Jewish kids and could only select approximately 100 who could meet the stringent selection requirements placed on them by the Canadian government. The irony is that my dad would have been rejected by the Canadian contingent as having spent almost a year as a 6-year-old street child and was very ill. But to Mr. Ochberg, my dad was a Jewish child in desperate need of help and was going to be saved, plain and simple. I want to finally take this opportunity of thanking Lauren Snitcher for directing us to the Kaplan Library, where after many years of fruitless journey in trying to discover my dad's journey, we could finally examine Mr. Ochberg's records and better understand my dad and his journey. I also want to thank the Kaplan Library for keeping such documents safe and for all these years. And thank the Ochberg family. I don't think you realize what a mission this has been for us and how we're in awe of Mr. Ochberg. I want to just make one quick point. Howard, you did mention that this is not an Ochberg story. It's not a story of the descendants, but it's a human story. And I stand corrected, but the city that we're in is with a Jewish community is the furthest from Cape Town, where Mr. Ochberg resided. And many years ago, we told them the story of Isaac Ochberg, and the community was in awe of this individual, and we raised, and these people had no connection with Mr. Ochberg, 3,000 rand, 800 new Israeli shekels to build a monument, to build a rest site on the Ochberg monument, because it truly is a humanitarian story of a great, great human being. Thanks, Howard, for giving me this opportunity.
Ram, thank you. I think what you've told us is this is the story of true miracles.
Agreed.
So thank you for sharing that very difficult, moving, and very emotional story with us. Thank you so much, Ram.
Thank you.
And with that, Adam Tal and Bernice Tal, I'd love it if you could come tell us the story of your family. We saw, in fact, Solly Jossel on the video. Solly, Adam was your grandfather. Bernice, Solly was your father. Tell us your family story.
Thanks, Howie. Before I let my mom carry on about the story, I just wanted to mention just a bit of a background. So from our side, I've been very, very involved in trying to trace our family roots and our family tree from both the Thal and Jossel side. And obviously, my grandfather was born in Newstein, so that's where the spanner threw up for me. So I didn't actually know where to go from then. And luckily for us, my grandfather was actually the second last surviving Ochberg orphan. He died in 2015 at the age of 101 years old, which was quite phenomenal. And between my grandfather, Solly Jossel, and David Sandler, who actually put together, wrote and compiled the two Ochberg books, the information that the two of them gave me and the rest of the family was quite priceless. So I must thank David Sandler as well as everyone else on this panel for all the information that's been given to us. But with my mother being a direct descendant of an Ochberg orphan, I think it's best for me to hand over to her to kind of give the information. I am a bit emotional as well. So hand over to you, Mom.
Thank you. Well, basically, my father was a little boy of 6 when he came on the trip with Isaac Ochberg, and we have huge, huge gratitude to him. It was a miraculous thought that he did come, because he wasn't, in fact, a total orphan. As you heard on the clip that he said, his mom was pregnant with my dad at the time when her husband was killed, and she had 3 older children to look after. So my dad was a little boy of 2 when he was, in fact, put into the orphanage. So he did have a mother. He was six years old when he came, and he didn't have sadness as far as leaving, other than the fact that he didn't realize when he left on the train, when he saw his mother crying, he couldn't understand why, because as a little boy of 6, he thought this was an exciting trip he was making. And to the day he died was the only time he actually cried, is when he recalled leaving his mom crying and not showing her any love, just waving goodbye in a happy, excited manner. But he was very blessed to have come to the orphanage in Johannesburg. And after not a long time, he was, in fact, as he also said in the clip, he saw this lady, an elderly lady, coming up to him. And he just fell in love with her. He thought it was his mother, or she reminded him of his mother. They couldn't speak Polish. He couldn't speak Yiddish. but he begged them to take him home. He wouldn't let go of this couple. And that was Mrs. Josselovitz and her husband, Mr. Josselovitz. And that night they took him home. It was like the SPCA. They went to ask for permission. Can they take that one little orphan boy? And they said, yes, take him home. And they took him home. They were a poor couple, and they put him in their bed with him at night, and he slept with them. And he had the most incredible life, even though they were poor, and old. They had one older daughter who was married or getting married at the time that they took my dad in. So they were an old couple, but the love they gave him the security and the incredible life that he went on to live. And they were an amazing couple. And my dad had an amazing, amazing life. He succeeded very well, even though he didn't do all his schooling due to the fact that he left school to be able to help support the Josselovitzes. But he did very well, and he did a lot of charity work, and he had huge gratitude to being saved and his life. And we were blessed because up until the day he died of 101, his mental capacity was phenomenal, and he used to come to us for Shabbos dinners, and he used to bless the children, then the grandchildren, and then the great-grandchildren at the Shabbos table, which was a thrill for me and for all of us. And he used to tell us stories, but not of sadness, but of gratitude and happiness. And we were just very blessed. We have huge gratitude to Isaac Ochberg and all his family for saving my father and letting us have the privilege of being his family.
Denise, that story of gratitude is just amazing.
He was such a positive man. He never like you would imagine. Oh, his greatest joy was like on a Friday night or any time on a birthday, one of the kids' birthdays. He used to get so excited when the ice cream and the sweets came. And he was always to say, because we never had this as children. So he used to grab from the children to get the ice cream first or the sweets first. He always carried sweets in his pocket, so that if there was anyone, a poor beggar or, anyone that he thought, he used to take out sweets from his pocket and share the sweets with them. And he was just a wonderful man. He was just...
I just want to jump in, Ma, not just poor people. Every time we visited my grand and grandpa, we used to run to him, and the first thing he would do was pull out sweets from his pocket and said, I didn't get this as a child, these are for you. My sister and I were full up on sweets every Friday night before dinner.
Absolutely. But at birthday parties, he was the first one to get the ice cream. Anything left over went to the children, but he was the first to get the ice cream. He was like a little boy. He never grew up. It was always a thrill to him. But he never dwelled on it. He never was negative about it. He never said, eat your food because I never had any. He never did that. I never realized, actually, that he was an Ochberg orphan. I knew he was adopted. I always knew he was adopted, but I never realized the whole story until I was a lot older. And he was just an amazing man. Friday nights, we lived in Bulawayo, and Friday nights, my dad was the gubber of the shul for many years. My mom never knew how many people were going to be at our Shabbos table, because whoever was at shul that either didn't have somewhere to go or was from out of town, he used to bring home, and my mom would suddenly see people walking through the door that had come for Shabbos dinner. He was just an amazing man, very loved, very loved. I'm hearing stories even now of people saying to me, gee, do you remember all the Pesachs and the Rosh Hashanahs that we came to your house and had the festivals with you and your mom and dad? He helped so many people, he was just amazing, greatly loved by us.
Denise and Adam,
I just wanted to throw in two points, Howie, if you don't mind, just quickly. Sure. So just from the Ochberg family and the reason we're all here tonight, I think it's very important for everyone to know that my eldest son was named after Isaac Ochberg. So my eldest son is Zach, and Hebrew name Yitzchak. So the name Isaac definitely is still a memory and still very ingrained in our family. And the one other point I wanted to mention earlier, which I think it was Richard that touched on, is if it wasn't for Isaac Ochberg, what would have happened to these orphans, which is quite crazy and sad, is after having done the research on my family and on the Newstein family, and having heard on the forum this evening, is my grandfather's mother and sister and her entire family were killed in the Holocaust. So if it wasn't for Ochberg, my grandfather would have been another number of the Holocaust as well.
Absolutely.
So my grandfather's brother Philip was luckily saved, and he reunited with my grandfather when in South Africa, but the rest of the Newstein family were murdered in the Holocaust, which is obviously the next phase. So 1920 was the Cossacks, 1940 was the Holocaust, and it's quite crazy to think. But I must say, having traced a lot of our family tree, like Paula said, I've managed to find a lot of family in the US, in South America, who are directly related and have unbelievable stories about what happened during the World War I and World War II. So it's phenomenal just to be able to be linked to Isaac Ochberg and the legacy of my grandfather, Solly.
Well, Adam, we've heard a story of gratitude tonight, and the fact that your son bears Isaac's name is really a true testament to a remarkable man. Bernice Tull, Adam Tull, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us this opportunity, Howard. Real honor. Thank you.
Thank you. So we join now Andy Seitovitz. Welcome. Lovely to see you.
Hi, Howie. Thank you. Lovely to see you too. And thank you for putting this magnificent tribute together.
You joining us from Israel this evening. Tell us the story of your family.
So my late grandfather was Manny Favish. He was Manny Shamus. He was born in Verba in 1912, which was formerly Poland, now the Ukraine. And in 1920, when he was 8 years old, him and his sister Rose, who was 10 at the time, were brought to South Africa by Isaac Ochberg. He was adopted by the Favish family in Benoni. He qualified as a lawyer and he worked as an attorney until he died in 1994. He married my granny in 1946 and they had 48 incredible years together and a marriage that most people would envy. After he died, my granny found this journal in his belongings. It was written in Polish Yiddish and she had it translated into English. We never heard growing up, as close as we were to my grandpa, we never heard a word growing up of his experience. He never spoke about it. He never shared anything. He recalled with my mom remembering a boat, but that was all he said. And we could almost sense this underlying pain throughout his life. It was obviously just too painful for him to talk about. My granny made a copy of this journal for all of us, for all the children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. So we all have a copy of this incredible journal. In 1941, when my grandfather was serving in the South African Army and was sent to Egypt, he spent one night in Israel, reunited with his biological mother. And we read about this, and we've been told about this in our family, that they hadn't seen each other for 20 years. He left on the boat with Isaac Ochberg when he was 8. He was now 28, volunteering in the South African Army. And they spent one night together, reunited, and I cannot imagine the intense emotions of that encounter. But what my grandmother shared with us is that his mom, his biological mom, spent the entire night just looking at him. In this book, we really get to understand life in the Ukraine and how incomprehensibly awful it was. We get a glimpse into the pogroms and the horrific living conditions at the time. And what is so pervasive is this theme of fear running through her entire journal. Fega, my great-grandmother, Manny's mother, was born in 1878. She had a very hard life. Her father died when she was young, and she was always extremely hardworking. Something that was quite incredible for me throughout her journal was the strong Jewish theme of Shabbat, of the Chagim, of her incomprehensible courage, bravery, strength, and faith. She describes in detail in her journal how she hid her children for the full 8 days of Pesach. She was 17 when she got married. They had 12 children. 2 of them were sent to America the moment they could, and 2 died. And she was left, once her husband passed away, to single-handedly raise 8 children. She describes in her journal how the fighting just got so bad. I read here, she writes, "We arrived at Shamus late at night. There was mud and rain, and the children were crying, and I just cried with them. I cursed all the years that I still had to live. I just could not stand it, and I did not want to live anymore." She describes what it's like to raise and try look after 8 children where life was constantly under threat. She describes the crime and the murder and the pain that she witnessed day in and day out. She did manage to marry off the 2 older sisters at the time. The 3rd sister actually moved to Israel. And Isaac Ochberg rescued my grandfather and his sister Rose. They were staying in an orphanage. It just got so horrific that the only choice that Fega could make was to give up her children to save them. And she describes also in her journal running, never staying in the same place for more than a few moments. And how she had to hide them at any given minute to try and save their life. She says, "As soon as I left the home we were in for that night and I returned, someone was sick, someone had measles or scarlet fever, someone had caught a cold or bronchitis. And you can imagine that after all the real life I had been having, I cursed the fact that I was born. I cried with blood and not tears. I needed to take poison every time I looked at my orphans, and my heart just broke. Because if I ended my life, where would these 8 children be without a mother?" And then finally in her journal, she writes, "After all this pain, I remained with 2 children. You, dear Rosa, and you, dear Manus. I worked at a Jewish center for the Jewish congregation during the holidays. Then came an incredible man from South Africa, Mr. Isaac Ochberg. He wanted to take around 200 children who had been orphaned to South Africa so they could be loved and looked after and saved and begin a new life. He wanted us to go too, and I was convinced that I could, but Mrs. Engel explained to me that I couldn't. You can imagine, my dear children, how this broke my heart and what a choice this was for any mother to make. You can imagine what a mother might only feel when she has to part with her small children. You, my dear Manus, you were only 8 years old, and you, Rosa, were 10. She ends off saying, now, my dear children, you deserve to hear the good years that I had. Your mother was 17 when she married your father, who was 20, and we were together for 22 years. I had 12 children. Your father managed to send 2 to America, and when he died at 42 after losing 2 more, he left me with 8. 2 of them died at home. I managed to marry off Leica and Vanka, and I remained with 4, Yenta, Tsilla, Rosa, and Manus. They swam over different seas to different lands. I don't know if Yenta was still alive, but Rosa and Manus were saved by the generous love of Mr. Isaac Ochberg. They went to South Africa, and I managed to get to Israel to be with Tsilla. All I do is pray and ask God that he will allow me one day to see my children again while I am still alive. What I would only give to be with you, to chat with you. But I finish my journal with a big shalom. And I just want to end off with a very short blog that I wrote last year. I wrote this blog as I lit my Yortzeit candle on Yom HaShoah. I have just finished rereading Feiger's journal. Feiger was my great-grandmother, Zichrona Livracha. Once again, this tiny 27-page book has carved a giant wedge in my heart. I am holding a piece of history in my hands, a piece very few people have had access to until now. It is thrilling and unimaginable at the same time, and I am so eternally grateful that I get to have this and read this with my children. The brutality of anti-Jewish violence is unthinkable, and the pain and suffering culminating in an incomprehensible choice that any mother would ever have to make has left me in wet tears. Not because I never knew, and not because the rawness of such horrific facts is unfathomable in my mind, but as a direct descendant of this very chain, and now living in Israel, witnessing the miracle of the state of Israel, and yet the suffering the world still has years later, enduring the face of baseless hatred in so many forms. What does never again mean, and for who? Feiger's memoir so magnificently ends with a big shalom. Amidst her massively shattered heart, the light of hope for peace did find its way through each crack. 4 generations later, Feiger's future is trying its best to fulfill this dream. Never again is a declaration of intent. It is a message to every single one of us to never again take for granted where we are, who we are, what we've endured as a nation, as a family, and as descendants, and the enormous responsibility we hold moving forward to try and ensure a kinder and brighter world. My dear children, Shalom, Shalom, Feiger's journal is a message to me and my children and every generation to come. I am filled with so many mixed feelings, a whirlwind of sadness, fear, humility, awe, admiration, deep joy, and so much more. But primarily, I am just filled with awe and inordinate gratitude for the courage, heroism, and unparalleled bravery that Feiger made when she made that choice, and for the generosity, foresight, courage, bravery, willingness, and holiness of a man I will never meet, Isaac Ochberg, and for the love of the Favish family, and ultimately for the strength, education, nurturing, and unconditional love of not just my incredible parents and family, who pumped my family and my childhood with values and principles and faith, and gave me a love of my history and a love of Israel. I do not believe that we can separate what happened in those times that Feiger so bravely describes in her journal and through her choice with today's reality of a state of Israel. In my mind and heart, the two are forever interwoven, and form an unbreakable thread from history to present. Tears are the language of the soul, and the very same tears that fall reading Fager's journal, learning about her choice, and learning of Isaac Ochberg's miracle. The same tears will fall next week in respect and thankfulness to the soldiers today and the heroes who die protecting our homeland. And they will fall the following day out of joy when we celebrate the miracle of Yom HaAtzmaut against all odds. We are still here, all 4,000 of us, after all the tzoros that Fager so aptly describes in her journal. We are still here in a beautiful and precious and fragile world. We are a resilient family. We are a resilient group of descendants, and we are a resilient nation and a miraculous state that defies all odds. I pray that we find ways to do more good, to live up to the legacy of Isaac Ochberg and stay a light unto the nations. We live on the shoulders of giants. Thank you.
And beside of it, there are no words to describe, I think, the emotion that everyone is feeling. There are 4,000 stories like yours. And the last story that we're going to hear tonight is, in fact, from Lawrence Snitcher, who's going to talk about her Omar, who is one of the Ochberg Orphans.
I can talk after that, Andy. I will try. You're right, Howie. There are 4,000 worlds and growing, and there are 4,000 stories. And like all these other orphans, my Omar story also began a long, long time ago. And I remember as a child of 5 or 6, always asking her, Omar, tell me about your childhood. And she would always say to me, Laurenki, I never had a childhood. I was too poor to have a childhood. I never was a child. And in my child's mind, I can still remember it. I used to just imagine her having arrived in the world as an adult. And I would continue asking her, and I think it was as a young teenager that she said to me, all right, I came from a place called Pinsk, and my father was Moshe, and he had a long red beard. And my mother was Frida, and we had a cow that lived at the bottom of our garden. And all of these things were just so foreign to me. They were so beyond my ability to comprehend what she must have been talking about and how she lived. And to me, just the names, Pinsk, conjured up a time, an era, an area of a time and space that was never again to be recovered. It was gone. And little did I ever imagine, in my wildest dreams, I would have never thought that in 2001, I would be standing on the same street in Pinsk where my Omar's orphanage was, and looking down the same street, seeing the same views that she had in 1921. But deeply embedded somewhere in my mind was the feeling that she wasn't giving me the full story. And so I would continue asking her. And it was only when I was a much older teenager that the truth came out. And she said to me that she, together with the 176 other Jewish children, were part of the orphans that Isaac Ochberg brought to South Africa in 1921. And had that not happened, it's almost certain that, like all the rest left behind, she would have been murdered by the Nazis 2 decades later. And it was that fine line between life and death, that fragility of life, that fueled my passion to tell the story. And in the late 1990s, start to interview as many of the Ochberg orphans that I could find, whether Cape Town, Johannesburg, Australia, and get their stories, because I understood that they weren't going to be around for too much longer. And my Omar came from the shtetl of Pinsk. It was surrounded, as so many of the shtetls were, by forests, which when we went back, we saw. And the region is just beautiful. It really is very green and foresty. She was the middle sister of 3 girls. The oldest was Janie, and I'm going to refer to her as Oma Janie, my Omar, and there was a younger one, Jessie. There were just 2 years between them all. And the Jews in that area would hear, sometimes a few hours before, sometimes a few days before, of impending pogroms by the Cossacks. And so my Omar and her sister's parents had taken them into the surrounding forests and had shown them the barks and berries and fruit of which trees and bushes they could eat in order to sustain them if they had to run in the forests and hide from the Cossacks, which they did. Sometimes for days at a time, 2 or 3 days, sometimes for just a matter of hours. They were there in summer, hiding under the shade of the trees. In winter, they had to burrow into the snow to keep themselves safe, warm, and hidden. Not only just safe from the Cossacks, but also from the bandits and the wolves that were roaming the forests. And they tell a story. And Paula, our stories overlap so much. I've never heard the story being told by anyone before, but you alluded to it this evening. They came back to their shtetl, which was on they came out of the forest, which was on the top of a hill, and the shtetl was slightly lower. And all they saw was this beautiful, magical pink wonderland and this pink snow falling from the sky. And to them, it was like fairyland. And on closer inspection, what it was the blood-soaked feathers from the perinas, which is what they call duvets, that the Cossacks had slashed in an attempt to massacre all of those who were taking cover under these down duvets. And the feathers had just flown all over and were floating gently down over the shtetl. And when we went back to Eastern Europe and to Pinsk in particular, a lot of the people mentioned what a common feature of the time it was to see these feathers. And exactly what Paula said, we went to what was the Jewish cemetery, which was now a soccer field. And the only thing that the people were concerned about were, they just came out of the woodwork, these, who I'm not sure, Ukrainians, Poles, they came out of their houses as we were walking past. They were only terrified that we were going to reclaim the houses from them. And once again, the cemetery had become a football field and was the home to horrific atrocities during the time of the Nazi occupation. And we saw as well the streets and garden walls which had been paved with the headstones that came out of the Jewish cemetery. And after this particular vicious pogrom, we're not sure exactly when, but sometime between 1918 and 1921. And once again, we're not sure whether it was the Spanish flu or typhus, but my Omar's parents both fell ill. And the eldest, Omar Janie, who was about 8 at the time, was told by the doctor, when the hands of the clock go here, and when they're there, that's when you must give your parents medicine. And like in all homes in the shtetl, there was only one bed in the household. They all slept in the same bed. And when they woke up one morning, all 3 little girls, they found that both parents had passed away during the night. And they were then taken to a half-sister for a very short period of time. And they were then, and the other thing that what I wanted to say to Paula was that when they saw these pink feathers, what it resulted in was in my Omar Janie, exactly as Paula said, never being able to wear red and white again, ever in her life. And anyway, they went to one of the 3 orphanages in Pinsk, and we call it an orphanage because that's where the orphans were, but there was no food, there was no clothing, there was no heating. And it was in 1921 when Omar Janie was 11 and my Omar was 9 and the younger one was 7, when they heard about a man from Africa coming to take orphans to safety. And Omar Janie approached him begging her and the 2 younger ones to go. And he said, I will take you, but I can't take the 2 younger sisters because they're weak and sickly. My Omar at that time was in the hospital with what we think was typhus. And Omar Janie marched into the hospital. She found my Omar. They shimmied down the drain pipe. This is an 11 and a 9-year-old. They shimmied down the drain pipe and together with the younger sister came to South Africa with Isaac Ochberg. And they arrived in Cape Town. The eldest one, Omar Janie, was adopted 3 months after they arrived here. leaving the two little ones in the orphanage, which was hard because she was their anchor. She ended up marrying the young boy who had chosen her from the family that he came from in Williston, and went on to have numerous children and grandchildren, and a lot of them are here on this webinar this evening. And I just want to finish off by saying that they never spoke. They never, ever spoke. What we heard was much later on in life from Omar Janey. And I think, you know, the reason why people don't speak is either the trauma silences you suppress it because it's so horrific. Being in the orphanage was such a stigma. But there's a quote that I always refer to by Primo Levi, who, when he speaks about traumatic experiences and not talking about it, says that, and I quote, "We become aware that our language lacks the words to express the offense, the demolition of a man. It is not possible to sink lower than this." And finally, I think that when faced with the twilight years of their life, I think that the immense gratitude and appreciation that they felt for Isaac, and the fact that they could look around with such joy, despite their traumatic childhood, that they had children and grandchildren in front of them, they felt a responsibility, I think, that his legacy never die. And knowing that if they didn't tell his story before they went, that his story would die and be left to the dust books of history. And I think that is why in their later years, they spoke. And what a humbling experience it was listening to them, because you weren't listening to somebody retelling a story. You were listening to somebody re-experiencing, as you saw in the video clips, their childhood. So,
well, Lauren, thank you not only for telling your story, but thank you for everything that you're doing to make sure that the story of Isaac Ochberg never dies and remains an inspiration for all of us, and a lesson that hopefully resonates with our community and everyone else watching around the world. Lauren, thank you so much.
Together with a lot of people, we will keep his memory alive.
Thanks, Lauren. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And with that, Veronica Belling, you are in fact a historian based in Cape Town, and you've specialized in some of the orphanages that we've seen where Jewish kids were taken both in Johannesburg and Cape Town from the ships that came in with Isaac Ochberg.
Howard, I have written history, so I suppose I am a social historian. But what is missing there is that I have a very close connection to the Ochberg Orphans, even though I'm not born into the families. But I worked for 31 years, and thank you, Ram Bramanovsky, for acknowledging the Kaplan Center, because I was the librarian archivist at the Kaplan Center for Jewish Studies and Research at the University of Cape Town for 31 years. And I was there when the Kaplan Center created a library, but they also collected all the archival collections from all the various Jewish communal institutions. And amongst those were the archival papers of Arranger. And Arranger.
So sorry, tell us what Arranger is.
Oh, sorry. Arranger, to me it's so obvious. Okay. Arranger is the Cape Jewish Orphanage. It was originally called the Cape Jewish Orphanage Arranger, and it's called Arranger the Cape Jewish Orphanage. In later days, it's changed its name. I think today they call themselves Arranger Jewish Child and Youth Center, but that is much, much later.
So now, tell us specifically, 186 odd kids get off the boat. Where do they go to? How are they housed? How are they split between Johannesburg and Cape Town?
How are they split? By the way, I think I'd actually like to say something, because I am still working with the Ochberg papers. There are 2 boxes amongst 200 other boxes, and a lot of it is in Yiddish, and that is my speciality. And I saw the name Kaverberg on the chat. I've just done a translation for Kaverberg, and I've got somebody else waiting, because the the forms. And Lauren, I remember when Lauren and her mother came into the library, she asked me, you saw in the clip, that the entries in the register, they are in Yiddish, and they couldn't understand it. So if you looked at those pictures, underneath the Yiddish, you see my handwriting. I translated it for them. And I still to this day translate the Ochberg Orphan forms that come from Rovna in the Ukraine. They are in Polish and Yiddish.
Okay, but
So,
Veronica, I'm sorry,
yes,
we're short
yes.
of time. And,
Yes.
and
Okay, but
you've got 1 minute to tell us about the Johannesburg orphanage and 1 minute to tell us about the Cape Town orphanage, but I have to keep you to point, please.
Yeah. Howard, if there wasn't an orphanage, there wouldn't have been an Ochberg mission. So even if you want, whatever you say, it's absolutely central to the story. Look, the orphanage, by the way, there's another connection. You had there Phyllis, we heard Phyllis Friedlander, the niece of Isaac Ochberg. It was Phyllis's mother-in-law who had first in 1909 had the idea to start Aranja, the Cape Jewish orphanage. She was told that there were 3 orphans in Piketberg. And they brought them to Cape Town. The result was that in 1911, they first had a meeting to found the Cape Jewish Orphanage, and Isaac Ochberg was on the founding committee. Okay, now they started small, but luckily, by the time the orphans came to Aranja, they had built in Montrose Avenue an orphanage. They'd added on, they had a space for 126 orphans. So when the orphans came, and they had to be divided between Cape Town and Johannesburg, there was space. At least there was space in Cape Town for the orphans. And by the way, 21 orphans were adopted. And then the other orphans went to Johannesburg. Now, in point of fact, there was an earlier orphanage. There was an orphanage in Johannesburg from 1903. And in the beginning, they said that one orphanage is enough. And that orphanage was started by the Jewish Ladies Communal League in Johannesburg. And they rented premises, and then they had a house in Benbow Street. I'm not a Johannesburger, in Kensington, and that could hold only 32 orphans. By the time Ochberg was bringing his orphans, the other half of the orphans, to Johannesburg, those 32 orphans had already doubled to 64. So they had to find place to put those orphans, and they put them in a Kensington sanitarium, which seemed to take the overflow, and they also put them in the Witwatersrand Jewish old age home, which was then in Doornfontein. I know it subsequently moved to Sandringham. And then it was only in 1923 that they bought Arcadia, which had been the home of the mining magnate Lionel Phillips. And it was only then that all the children could get together.
He was a Jewish mining magnate, and I believe he refused to give them a discount. And they paid £25,000 to buy Arcadia, which today people will know as the Hollard building along the M1 highway in Johannesburg. But Saul Thompson, I want to bring you in at this point in time. This idea of Jewish orphans, does it still exist today?
Thanks, Howie, and thanks for always including the current and the future in all your beautiful programs. It exists in a very different way, and I think exactly where Veronica left off, it's probably worth saying that if it wasn't for Ochberg, the name Arcadia would never be synonymous with Jewish orphans in Johannesburg, because it was only with the purchase of Villa Arcadia that the Jewish Children's Home in Johannesburg took the name Arcadia and is known still today as Arcadia. And so we still have 2 homes, one in Johannesburg and one in Cape Town. And most of the children we deal with are wards of the court. They're not truly orphans, but they not dissimilar to the stories we've heard today. Children from very difficult backgrounds. In Cape Town today, there are 10 children living in Orania, and 5 in the daycare program. In Johannesburg, we have 18 children. Some of them are in the aftercare program and almost about 30 in the daycare program. So I think all of what you're hearing today exists just in a different format, and there are still children in need, and the communities respond in the same way. We don't have heroes, I think, like we used to, certainly having listened to some of the stories today, but these children are all in need of saving. And I think we all, as citizens today, have an opportunity to help these children build a brighter future, and hopefully in 20, 30 years' time, they'll be telling their story, maybe even to you, Howie, on this show.
Well, Saul, we want to give people an opportunity to help those orphans that still exist within our community in both Johannesburg and Cape Town. We want to make sure that if you do want to make a donation, look in the chat section now in both Zoom and in Facebook, as well as in YouTube. Danny Kedar has posted the details of both Orania in Cape Town and Arcadia in Johannesburg. If you would like to make a donation to help the Chevra Kadisha in Johannesburg and the equivalent organization in Cape Town support Jewish orphans today, you've got an absolute opportunity. So what's your budget for supporting in Johannesburg orphans? Do you know what the Cape Town budget is?
I can't tell you the Cape Town budget offhand, but I assume it's not dissimilar. It's very expensive to raise children, as everyone knows, but in a home where there's so many different needs, it's even more expensive. So I think we operate just in excess of 20 million Rand on childcare alone in Johannesburg. So every contribution helps.
Fantastic. So if you do feel the need, please feel free. The links are on Zoom, they're on Facebook and on YouTube. Please click on one of those links and make a donation through to either Arcadia in Johannesburg or the orphanage in Johannesburg or Rania in Cape Town. Please feel free to do so. Saul, thank you for joining us this evening. We want to show our final clip of the evening because there's a legacy that comes with the story of Isaac Ochberg, and we'd like to talk about that.
In 1922, Isaac Ochberg again left for Europe to save orphans, but by now the political climate had changed. The best Ochberg could do was arrange to fund an orphanage in Odessa. In the years that followed, he accumulated even greater wealth for himself. But in 1933, tragedy struck. The surrogate father of nearly 200 Russian children had 6 children of his own. 2 died in infancy. 2 others, Lily and Harry, were born with learning difficulties, but his beloved youngest daughter was Ruth. On April the 4th, 1933, the day after this photo was taken, she collapsed and died from an undiagnosed heart disorder, aged just 15. At her grave, her distraught father cried out, "Oh God, don't take my child." From the moment of Ruth's death, his health began to suffer, and 4 years later, while returning from Europe to South Africa, he died at sea from cancer. Today, his grave remains largely forgotten in Cape Town's Jewish cemetery.
Isaac Ochberg had 2 great passions, Zionism and the orphan children that he rescued.
Yitzhak Ochberg was a member of the Zionist Congress, which convened in Switzerland in 1929. So I believe that it was the founding stones of Yitzhak Ochberg, with his commitment to saving Jews, which drives us today in our commitment to save Jews.
It is a matter of record that Isaac Ochberg's bequest in 1937 stands as the largest personal donation ever made to the JNF. The record, $500,000, stands to this very day.
That bequest, that was left by Ochberg in 1937 was used to buy land in the north, which today houses Kibbutzim Gal Ed and Kibbutz Dalia, both of which are today still thriving kibbutzim. And in fact, in July 2011, in order to celebrate the 90th anniversary of Ochberg's rescue mission, we had a 2-day gathering of all the descendants and of as many orphans as possible on Kibbutz Dalia.
In recognition, the JNF has created not only a memorial to this man, returning the magnificent stone monument to its rightful place, but also to the orphans Ochberg so heroically saved. On the Hill of Names, you may see a plaque for each of those orphans. And today, in 2011, these names may now be enshrined for all eternity.
I think to see my Omar's name immortalised in this monument forever is really moving, and it brings it home what she went through, because I was only young when she died.
May all of us be blessed with the great spirit of Yitzhak Ochberg, and may we continue to fulfill his dream and his legacy for the well-being of the Jewish people and the state of Israel.
It is a demonstrable fact which history has confirmed, that whoever has linked his name with the land of Israel has tread the road to immortality.
For it is written, "Then will I remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember. And I will remember the land."
If I could ask Ruth Wasserman-Landy to turn on her camera and David Kaplan to turn on his camera as well. Let's talk for a moment about the legacy of Isaac Ochberg today. Dave?
I'm not, I don't know why.
We can hear you, but we can't see you at this point in time. I don't know if Ruth is with us as well.
Why? Yeah, I start video. Won't start. No, it won't start.
It won't start.
You cannot start it. No, the host has stopped it. It said. You stop.
I will try restart. Okay, Dave, you should be getting signs that say unmute and start your video from our side.
There we are.
We are.
Okay. Listen, before we start, Howard, I just think it's important for the viewers to know that following us, there's going to be a tekes, there's going to be a ceremony filmed at Megiddo. So, because you haven't made that announcement, because after all, are celebrating a centenary, and with all the stories, these stories could run for a century, no problem. They are so illuminating. So just for the people to know, is Ruth on?
I've asked Ruth to turn on her camera, but she hasn't yet, so maybe she stepped away for a moment.
Okay, let me just start by just saying, you know, I started off the day when I opened up my computer and I received an email from Sydney, Australia, from Lynn Michael, whose father, Philip Roof, was an Ochberg orphan, and she sent it me, and we were engaging about tonight's webinar. And she had this beautiful photograph of her, as she said, expanding family with the kids and the grandkids and so on and so forth. And she ends off by saying, "Thank you, Isaac Ochberg." And really, we have a lot of people from tonight to thank Isaac Ochberg. And therefore, you've labeled this last section death and legacy. I would rather we worded it life and legacy. And to that, I would like to say a l'chaim to everyone, to all the Ochberg orphans, their family, and everybody, because we're actually drinking of this, paying a toast to a story of salvation. L'chaim.
L'chaim.
Our job is really to preserve that legacy. And I just would like to just start off by saying and draw attention, in 1942, the South African Menorah, which is the official organ of the South African Youth Council, dedicated an edition to Isaac Ochberg in memory of his recognition, not only for his support, but for what they termed his practical support to the Zionist movement. And they said of him, and I think these words are absolutely beautiful, because they said, to live on in the hearts we leave behind is not to die. And therefore, although Isaac has left us in 1937, and the last surviving orphan left us about just over a year ago, Sissy Harris, dying at the age of a month or two short of 102, that legacy lives on. And if I think back to Sissy Harris, and we started off the evening when you asked, how did I, as a not connected to the Ochberg saga, become fascinated by the story as a reporter to cover it? My big break came in 2004, and we've all seen clips of this movie here tonight. I opened up the Jerusalem Post in 2004, and there was a notice by John Blair, who is the Oscar-winning director of this movie we've seen tonight. He won the Oscar for a movie, for a documentary he made on Anne Frank. And he said, I'm looking to make a movie on this great South African savior of children, the philanthropist Isaac Ochberg. But what I really need to make this movie is an Isaac Ochberg orphan. I want an orphan that's alive today. Are there any in Israel? And he put out this notice hoping that somebody would reply. I read this notice and I phoned up the guru in Israel at the time, which was whoever it was, who was it? Anyway, I phoned him up and I asked, do you know of any Ochberg orphans here in Israel? Sam Levin, he was the former director of Telfed. And he said, Dave, do the math. 1921, it's now 2004. What is the likelihood? He said, not much. Nevertheless, I wrote an article, it appeared in the JP, and I forgot about it. And 2 weeks later, I get this phone call. There's an old lady at the other end of the telephone and said, hello, are you David Kaplan? Did you write this article? I live in Haifa. My name is Sissy Harris, and I am an Ochberg orphan. I immediately connected to the director. She was flown out at the age of 88 to London. She joined the production team, and you saw in the movie tonight, she was one of those that were interviewed. So,
Dave, can I ask the question? You've visited the grave of Isaac Ochberg. He's buried in Cape Town. Is there a big memorial to him?
So when I visited, and that's why when I told you my early articles were a forgotten man remembered and righting a wrong, the grave was in a terrible state. And immediately we made phone calls, etc., etc. That has all been corrected. The grave is no longer like it looked in the movie, as you saw. It has all been repaired. So that has all changed. But we want to talk now really about life and about legacy. And one of the things that's often neglected and lost in the saga is Isaac Ochberg's connection to the state of Israel. And Isaac Ochberg was not only a committed Zionist and passionate Zionist, he was truly a visionary. And I think it's very interesting if one reads some of his writings and quotes from the time, because Isaac Ochberg and his wife Polly visited Israel in 1926. Think of it, who visited Israel in 1926? My parents visited Israel in 1959. It is 1926. And I want to quote from you because In this text we're going to see shortly, we celebrate Isaac Ochberg and his connection to the state of Israel, more specifically to Megiddo, where his name and legacy is entrenched in that particular area. Isaac Ochberg says in 1926 to the Zionist record, I came away with the feeling of confidence that the Jewish problem can and will be solved ultimately in Eretz Israel and in Eretz Israel only. Doesn't use the word Palestine, he uses Eretz Israel. He then went on to say, as a commercial man, I could not help but be genuinely impressed by the fine progress of industrial development in so young a country. There is every prospect of the most important industrial development in Palestine as the country grows. Prophetic words indeed. Isaac Ochberg, when he passed away in 1937, left, and it's been mentioned, the largest sum of money through the JNF, Kakal Keren Kayemet Israel, to Israel through the JNF. That money was utilized for education. Some of it went towards the Hebrew University and notably the School of Agriculture, because he saw that that was where Israel needed to develop agriculture. But the bulk of it went to buy the tract of land, which is today the very successful kibbutzim in the Megiddo region of Gal Ed and Kibbutz Dalia. Kibbutz Dalia was established in 1939-1940, and Gal Ed afterwards. A lot of the survivors of the Holocaust would come and settle on these lands. And what's very notable is that if Isaac Ochberg was a savior of Choron in 1921, after he passed away, he was still a savior of Jews decades later, generations later, as they came to the kibbutzim that was purchased by the bequest that he made to the state of Israel through the JNF. This is a very proud moment for the state of Israel. And that's why I wear this shirt over here, written over here. This is the shirt that was made for the 90th anniversary that we celebrated in Megiddo at Kibbutz Dalia. The words are written, he that saves a life, one life, is if he has saved the life of the entire world. It's from the Talmud. How pertinent and valid it is for Isaac Ochberg. And
so, Dave, as we come to a close on this, I would like everyone watching us this evening, if you're on Zoom, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, just to leave us a message. I think there's a message of inspiration. There's a message of gratitude tonight. There's a message of miracles this evening that we've heard. So as David concludes, I'd love you just to take to the comment section. There are still thousands of people watching the program right now. We'd just love you to leave a message and a note about your thoughts of this evening as David goes into the final part of summary on the legacy.
It's a huge message, and that's why our job is to educate. And what we have done, we have, for example, Benny Penzik, who you saw earlier, has lectured schools in the Megiddo region in Hebrew on Isaac Ochberg and the heritage. We have Herzl Katz initiated in Ramat HaSharon, a competition in English about Isaac Ochberg. In 2016, I addressed the Limud conference in Johannesburg, and through Lynn Copenhagen, who organized that, I addressed all the Jewish day schools in Johannesburg. And there is a message, because it's not only about history and facts and what happened. What is the message one takes away from the actions of Isaac Ochberg, who was the special man? And the message is, you never know that a good deed that you do today, tomorrow, next week, or next year, you never know down the line what the ramifications, the good that will come out of it. And we see, because what is actually not is forgotten, that when Isaac Ochberg considered this whole mission in 1921, there was opposition. People said, what is the point in going to the Ukraine? In Gunson, if there are 300,000 to 400,000 orphans, and you can only rescue only about 200, what is the point? And he was very persuasive in arguing. Therefore, if you save the life of one, you save the nation. So I think that is the takeaway message. The good deeds that we do today, we never know down the line the amount of good that will be there. And I think testimony to that is the 4,000 plus lives that are alive today because of that one good deed that Isaac Ochberg did in 1921. And that's the takeaway message.
David, I want to pay tribute as well to David Sandler, who I believe has written the book about Villa Arcadia Orphanage, and who's been instrumental in getting so many of the 4,000 descendants of Isaac Ochberg together, connecting them and helping to create this amazing legacy.
Absolutely. David Sandler has done sterling work in this regard. He attended our 90th reunion in 2011. He ran one of the workshops, fantastic work, and he is always a resource that we count on all the time and continues to do so. And I just want to take this opportunity really in thanking my committee, a wonderful committee here in Israel. I just want to mention their names: Peter Bailey, Joel Plotnick, Rob Hyde, Benny Penzick, Herzl Katz, Leon Siegel, Ian Roger, and in South Africa, Lawrence Snitcher and Leanne Copenhagen in Johannesburg. And I want to thank you guys, the Jewish Report, because it's so important giving us this particular platform, because how we present the past really impacts on the present and helps shape the future. And in this regard, I want to also thank the Megiddo Regional Council who have provided this spark in the name of Isaac Ochberg, and the JNF Kakal who have contributed to it. And we'll see more of that as we go on to the ceremony, which you'll be shortly showing.
So Dave,
on Friday, we had a ceremony at the site, and representing the JNF was a fellow, Elisha Mizrahi, who represented the JNF Kakal. And he said to me, David, you know, it's quite amazing. He says, I don't know too many Jewish communities anywhere in the world who would celebrate an event that happened 100 years ago. He said, after all, the people are gone. Who is there to celebrate? What to celebrate? And there's something special about your South African community that does that. And it is so true. And there was something special, and I think Lauren also hit the nail on the head when she was discussing the character of Isaac Ochberg. Because, you know, often when we discuss history, we neglect often the psychology. You know, who does what when is fine, but why do they do it? And you know, if we look at philanthropy today, and I'm not knocking it, but more often than not, what actually happens is that people give money, the rich people give money, and other people do it. But here was one of the richest Jews in South Africa at the time, Isaac Ochberg. He didn't say for another to go. He risked his own life and limb to go out personally into the most dangerous area and time in the world in 1921 and rescue these kids himself. It's quite extraordinary. And therefore, I would go so far as to say that Isaac Ochberg is one of the greatest South African Jews of our time, and he deserves all the recognition he gets. And our job is to continue to preserve the legacy. And that is what our plans are in the future in terms of education and in terms of expanding the park, which we'll be carrying on. And you'll see as you watch the tekes, which will be, by the way, ending off with the national anthems of both South Africa. And there's another bit of
okay, no, David, I'm sorry, I have to stop you. The hour is getting late. We've been going for 2 hours and 45 minutes. There are many people who want to go to bed now. There are numerous people that will take their computers to bed with them and will watch the rest of this evening, probably in bed, as we go through a recorded tekes that was recorded a week or so ago in Israel. Just a reminder that we'll see you on Wednesday evening for our pre-Pesach cooking show. And then again, we will see you on Sunday for our pre-Pesach show. We want to thank everyone for joining us. Most especially, we want to thank everyone who has left a comment for us on Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube. You still have the ability to do so. But I think tonight has been the most remarkable, inspiring evening, because the one lesson that I take away from tonight is the fact that every single person has the ability to save the entire world. And with that, we'd like to end by playing you the Tekes, a true tribute to Isaac Ochberg.
So good afternoon to everybody from the Regional Council of Megiddo, to all of our friends in the world and in Israel. My name is Ruth Wasserman Lande. I was born in Israel but raised in South Africa, in Cape Town. In fact, I was in high school, in Herzliya High School, where Sali Kaplinsky was my school principal, and I'm still very good friends with Ronit Kaplinsky, who lives in Israel. We both made Aliyah at the same time. At the moment, I have the huge privilege of being a member of the Israeli Knesset, the parliament, and it is more of an honor to me to be able to represent something which is very important to the Jewish heritage and our history. In fact, I'm here to speak about Isaac Ochberg, who had saved 187 Jewish orphans from Ukraine at times of pogroms, anti-Semitism, and disease. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin with calling the Eliakim Children's Ensemble to sing a small song called Tfilah, Prayer.
יושב לו שם במרומים, הוא הרופא כל חולים, הוא הנותן רוב שמחה לילדים, הוא העושה משפטים, הוא בשמיים והוא היחיד, הוא הגדול הנורא, הוא השומר עלינו מצרה. אלוהים שמור עלינו כמו ילדים, שמור נא מעט לעזור, תן לנו אור ושמחת נעורים, תן לנו כוח עוד ועוד, שמור נא עלינו כמו ילדים, שמור נא מעט לעזור, תן לנו אור ושמחת נעורים, תן לנו גם לאור. מה כבר נותר לנו עוד בימים? מה כבר נותר כל היום? שמש תקווה בהמון מבטים, לילה ויום של חלום. הוא בשמיים והוא היחיד, הוא הגדול הנורא, הוא השומר עלינו מצרה. אלוהים שמור נא עלינו כמו ילדים, שמור נא מעט לעזור, תן לנו אור ושמחת נעורים, תן לנו כוח עוד ועוד, שמור נא עלינו כמו ילדים, שמור נא מעט לעזור, תן לנו אור ושמחת נעורים, תן לנו גם לאור, תן לנו גם לאור, תן לנו גם
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the honor to read a greeting from His Excellency, the President of the State of Israel, Mr. Reuven Rubi Rivlin.
Dear friends, as you gather together at this virtual event to mark the 100th anniversary of the courageous and inspiring efforts that culminated in the rescue of almost 200 Jewish orphans from the chaos and pogroms of the Ukraine in 1921, I want to join with you in paying tribute to the late Mr. Isaac Ochberg. Isaac Ochberg, at great personal risk, travelled from South Africa to Ukraine during the chaotic and murderous aftermath of World War I and the Russian Revolution, where he succeeded in bringing some of the many Jewish orphan children to South Africa, where they found safety and a new home. Over the coming years, Isaac Ochberg continued his outstanding efforts to support some of his Jewish brethren less fortunate than himself, also making very significant contributions to settlement efforts in what was to become our state of Israel. Many of the children and grandchildren of those orphans who found refuge among the Jewish communities of South Africa remember their parents and grandparents speaking of the wonderful man they called Papa Ochberg. The Ochberg lookout at Ramat Menashe is indeed a fitting tribute to that great man and has become a focus of pilgrimage by the descendants of those orphans rescued by Isaac Ochberg, where they can view the plaques bearing the names of each of the orphans and plant trees in his memory. Sincerely, Reuven Ruvi Rivlin.
It is now my utmost pleasure to call upon the Mayor of the Regional Council of Megiddo, Mr. Itzik Cholavsky, please.
חברים יקרים בארץ ובעולם, שלום רב. כמי שגדל כל חייו במועצה האזורית מגידו, כבן לאב שהיה מפקד פרטיזנים ביערות בלרוס וחוקר תנועת הפרטיזנים היהודים במהלך מלחמת העולם השנייה, וכמי שסוגר מעגל ומכהן כיום כראש המועצה האזורית, אני נרגש לשאת דברי ברכה בטקס המכובד הזה. אני נרגש שכן לא כל יום יש לראש רשות במדינת ישראל את הזכות לצעוד בשביל המקשר בין ישראל והישראלים לבין יהדות התפוצות. לא כל שכן לחזק את הדרך המחברת בינינו. והשביל בו אנו צועדים כיום הוא הרצון המשותף לנו, תושבי המועצה האזורית מגידו והנהגתה, כמו גם יהודים יקרים בכל רחבי העולם, לחלוק כבוד לזכרו של יצחק אוכברג, שלפני 100 שנה הציל מאות יתומים יהודיים מאזורי הפוגרומים באוקראינה, תרם כספים רבים לפיתוחה של ארץ ישראל באמצעות הקרן הקיימת לישראל, וסייע לרכישת האדמות עליהם הוקמו 2 יישובים מרכזיים במועצה האזורית מגידו, גלעד ודליה. אני מבקש בדבריי להכיר בתרומתו האדירה של האיש ולהוקיר את מעשיו, נדיבותו ונאמנותו למדינת ישראל. אינני רואה את מעשיו כדבר של מה בכך, אלא כאקט של גדלות הנפש ונתינה לדבר שהוא גדול מעצמך להמשכיותה ושרידותה של העמיות היהודית. יהי זכרו ברוך.
It is my utmost pleasure to hear the greeting now of Mr. Yitzhak Buzi Herzog, the chairman of the Jewish agency, the Sochnut.
Dear friends, I find it extremely unique that me, Isaac Herzog, as chairman of the executive of the Sochnut, the Jewish agency, the biggest Jewish organization in the world, is commemorating the memory of a person who 100 years ago established orphanages for Jews at rescue who had to be attended to under huge oppression in what was known then as Russia or the USSR, in being as a result of the Bolshevik Revolution. A huge wave of anti-Semitism raged all over that region, and Yitzhak Ochberg took upon himself to rescue these Jews and build these orphanages, and brought young Jews to Cape Town and to South Africa, which of course led to much strengthening of that unique community, which is still thriving and impressive until today. But what's unique, and that's the reason I'm speaking to you, that Yitzhak Ochberg was a member of the Zionist Congress, which convened in Switzerland in 1929. This Congress is the Congress that decided as its first item to establish the Jewish Agency for Israel, the Sochnut, as a tool, as a vehicle to bring about the independence of the Jewish people in their national homeland, basically an implementation of the famous Balfour Declaration. And indeed, we, the Jewish Agency, have completed that mission. I'm broadcasting to you from the room from where David Ben-Gurion went and led to our independence and also to declare our independence in Jerusalem. And from there on, we were commissioned to bring Aliyah, and we brought almost 4 million Olim to date. And now we are the main vehicle connecting the Jewish people to each other and to the State of Israel in a multitude of projects, being the largest and biggest Jewish organization in the world. So I believe that it was the founding stones of Yitzhak Ochberg, with his commitment to saving Jews, which drives us today in our commitment to save Jews. It was his commitment to educate young kids with Judaism and love of Zion, which drives us until today to the love of Zion. And I want to congratulate my good friends from Megiddo Council, one of the nicest regions in Israel. To my good friend Itzik Cholavsky, the head of the regional council, and to my good friend, member of the Knesset, Ruth Landa, who's been a driving force in arranging this event. May all of us be blessed with the great spirit of Yitzhak Ochberg, and may we continue to fulfill his dream and his legacy for the well-being of the Jewish people and the state of Israel. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now hear a song, Yad B'Yad, Hand in Hand, sung by the Bnot En HaShofet Ensemble in the Regional Council of Megiddo.
אם המים גועשים וחייך כה קשים, אל תיפול ברוחך, בוא גלה את עצמך, רק בך עוצמה רבה. המעיין המתגבר, יד ביד אין שיר חוזר, שתי עיניך בעיניי, אין הכוח עד מדי, אין האור באפלה. יד ביד אם רק תיתן לי יד, יד ביד נצעד את כל הדרך, יד ביד אם רק תיתן לי יד, יד אם רק תיתן, יד ביד לאורך כל הדרך, יד ביד, יד ביד לאוהבים, אין תקווה לבודדים, יד ביד לחיילים, אל הבית שוב חוזרים, שוב חוזרים. יד ביד לנתקעים, עצובי מבט טועים, אל האור במרחקים, אל האור שבמרומים, לתקווה בחלומות. יד ביד אם רק תיתן לי יד, יד ביד נצעד את כל הדרך, יד ביד אם רק תיתן לי יד, יד אם רק תיתן, יד ביד לאורך כל הדרך, יד ביד, יד ביד אם רק תיתן לי יד, יד ביד נצעד את כל הדרך, יד ביד אם רק תיתן לי יד, יד אם רק תיתן, יד ביד לאורך כל הדרך, יד ביד. אם המים גועשים וחייך כה קשים, אל תיפול ברוחך, בוא גלה את עצמך, רק בך עוצמה רבה.
It is now my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to call upon Ms. Batya Shmukler, the chairman of the South African Zionist Federation in Israel, Telfed.
Hi, my name is Batya Shmukler and I am the chairman of Telfed. Thank you for including Telfed in the commemoration of a wonderful man, Isaac Ochberg. Telfed feels connected to the special man, so connected that we've had a picture of him hanging in our boardroom since 1948. Telfed has participated in ceremonies in his honor and has sponsored trees at the official launching of the Isaac Ochberg Park in 2011. Telfed has also helped to negotiate with the JNF South Africa to try and fund an Ochberg Day Center and Educational Center for the elderly at the site of the Ochberg Park. On a very personal note, I'm happy to report that we were privileged to be able to provide press students to volunteer with surviving Ochberg orphans like Sissy Harris, Zichrona Livracha, who was the last surviving Ochberg orphan who passed away in Israel at the age of 102. Ochberg words in 1926, "I deeply believe that the Jewish problem will find its ultimate solution only in Eretz Israel," epitomizes his vision for Palestine, or Israel, for the future. I think Telfed's dedication to its bursary project and important role in encouraging and facilitating Aliyah are very much in line with Ochberg's vision. Telfed is proud to be part of the solution and continues helping Olim with their Klita. May we continue honoring the memory of such an inspirational man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now hear the song Chai Chai Chai, originally sung by the late singer Ofra Chaza. Currently it will be sung by the Eliakim Children's Ensemble and the Megiddo Youth Ensemble. It is now my utmost pleasure to call upon a very special person with whom I had the pleasure to discuss the importance of Isaac Ochberg in the past year, Mr. David Kaplan, the chairman of the Isaac Ochberg Heritage Committee in Israel.
As we stand here today and celebrate, commemorate, honor the name of Isaac Ochberg and the centenary of his heroic rescue of 187 orphans, I stand here today wearing a cap bearing his name and a shirt bearing the name of Isaac Ochberg. Both of these are relics of the 90th anniversary we had in 2011 when we officially opened this glorious Isaac Ochberg Park. There is, however, one essential difference, a major difference which I believe best illustrates, best helps us understand, appreciate, and really identify with what happened 100 years ago. The world today is living in fear. Fear of a disease, COVID. And this can help us understand the fear of these 400,000 approximately orphans that were in Eastern Europe in the Pale of the Settlement in the early 1920s. These orphans also faced a disease. It wasn't the disease of COVID, it was typhoid. And coupled with that, they were confronted with famine, and worst of all, in this cataclysmic cauldron of hell, virulent anti-Semitism, pogroms. These were the days, it was the hunting season and the prey was the Jew. In this scenario of hell, a letter came out advising, and it was an appeal to help save these orphans. And this letter found itself to the Jewish community's leadership in Cape Town, South Africa, where the challenge became, what can we do? How can we help? Obviously one can't help and save 400,000 orphans, but let us try and save as many as we can. And one man rose up to that challenge, and he was Isaac Ochberg. He was one of the richest men in South Africa at the time, most certainly the richest Jew, but he didn't pass the challenge on to others. He took it upon himself, and risking life and limb, he went to this Pale of Settlement in Eastern Europe, and by way of train, by way of horse-drawn cart, like the benevolent Pied Piper of Hamlin, he went and picked up one orphan after another from towns and Stettler all over, and eventually brought them to South Africa, where they were divided between the orphanage in Cape Town, Oranje, and the orphanage in Johannesburg, Arcadia. Thereafter, these orphans would refer to Isaac Ochberg as Daddy Ochberg, because for most of these orphans, he would become the only daddy they would ever know. Later stories would emerge, like that from Charles Migdal, whose son lives today in Israel, in Renana. Chilling recollections of the freezing conditions with little clothing and no food. Quoting Charles, when he was 5 years old, he lived there, "I lived like an animal, not a human being." Or there was young Harry Stillerman, who would be an orphan at the orphanage in Cape Town, who had one arm. Why did he have one arm? Because when he was in the shtetl, the Cossacks came in on horseback, brandishing sabers. They shot his parents in front of him. Harry lay in the mud, a 5-year-old. He raised his arm up and to protect himself, and the Cossack came with the saber and sliced off his arm and left him to die in the bots, in the mud. But he didn't die, because along came the man from South Africa, Isaac Ochberg, who picked him up with the others and brought them to South Africa. One truly indebted in Israel to Daddy Ochberg was the chairman, the very first chairman of this Isaac Ochberg Heritage Committee, Benny Penzick. Benny Penzick from this podium in 2011 said, and this is why he's so indebted to Isaac Ochberg, because 2 of those orphans became my parents. He's the only one descendant whose both parents were orphans that Isaac saved. The most moving feature of this park is to my right over here, the Hill of Names, where embedded in rock and masonry are the names of the 187 orphans that were saved and the towns and shtetls from which they came. This park, I believe, is best summed up by a letter our committee received after we officially opened this park in 2011. It was from visitors from Cape Town, South Africa, descendants of the one of the Ochberg Orphans. It was from Isaac and Henry Werb. who said the following, and they described the experience here in 2011 as our Ochberg experience in Israel. And he wrote, quote, "Our 12-year-old great-granddaughter was with us and we made her promise to come back to the forest with her own children one day to honor those who now rest in peace in such a beautiful and tranquil place. I see this memorial as the hull of a ship and the names of the plaques as portals gazing at a wonderful vista. I know that the Ochberg children have finally all come home." These are beautiful words. And I want to emphasize his last word, and that is the word home. Because what is lacking and what has not been told in the narrative, because home here means the state of Israel. And this is the most important aspect of Isaac Ochberg, because Isaac Ochberg was a visionary and he was a Zionist. He dreamt of a Jewish state like Herzl did, but like he rescued the orphans in 1921, he was not only a dreamer, he was a doer. And this brings us to why we have this park in Megiddo to Isaac Ochberg. Because in 1936, Isaac Ochberg left a bequest. He left a bequest to the Keren Kayemet LeIsrael, JNF, which to this day stands as the largest bequest ever made by a single individual to the state of Israel through the JNF. And it was with the proceeds of these funds, apart from being allocated to educational institutions in Israel at the time, like the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and the Weizmann Institute, that enabled them to buy the land, the tracts of land that we see around here, that became to Kibbutz Dalia, where I point to now, and further down the road, Kibbutz Gal-Ed. These were kibbutzim that were established in 1937, Dalia, and in Gal-Ed, 1945. They were kibbutzim that were established by young people from the youth movement Hashom HaTzair, Dalia, and Gal-Ed by Habonim from Germany. If Isaac Ochberg was saving children in the 1920s, in the 1930s and thereafter, he was saving the next generations of young adults. I want to quote from you when we celebrated the 90th anniversary at this very spot, the words of Avinoam Binder, who at the time represented Keren Kayemet LeIsrael, JNF, who said the following, and I remember him standing at this podium and he looked back at this beautiful vista and then looked at the crowd in front, and it was a crowd from people that came from all over Israel and the descendants who came from all over the world. And he said the following: Isaac Ochberg was a dreamer who made dreams come true. When he purchased the land here, the scenery was nothing like what we see from the lookout today. Ochberg dreamt that the Jewish people would come here to establish a Jewish state. This project is, in his honor, is to educate future generations of Israeli Jews not to take our many blessings for granted. Keren Kayemet LeIsrael, JNF, is honored to take part in this project in memory of a man who believed in the future of Israel. End quote. I want to thank the members of the Isaac Ochberg Heritage Committee, both in Israel and in South Africa, who worked tirelessly to safeguard the legacy of Isaac Ochberg, but more important as well, to spread the important message. And what is that message? That message appears here on my t-shirt. It is from the Talmud, and it is, he who has saved one life is as though he has saved the entire world. And that is the message that when we address on Isaac Ochberg to school kids both in Israel and in South Africa, and we say tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, do a good deed. It doesn't matter how small, because you never know the impact it will have on future lives. In the same way as Isaac Ochberg, when he saved 187 kids, the amount and thousands of people that are alive today all over the world because of that one act. One of my memorable moments was in 2016 when I went to South Africa to speak at the Limud conference on Isaac Ochberg and address all the Jewish day schools in Johannesburg on Isaac Ochberg. On the last day that I was in South Africa, and before I left to leave to return to Israel, I spoke at the Torah Academy for Boys. And I showed the movie and answered questions. And before parting, one young student who had just had his bar mitzvah asked, he said, "Would you like for me to blow the shofar?" And I said, "Of course." And I remember writing at the time, it said, listening to those ancient sounds that date back to the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai, I reflected on that shofar blower who was probably no older than the orphans that Isaac Ochberg had saved 100 years earlier. And I thought of Isaac hearing those sounds and smiling. And I'd like to believe that Daddy Ochberg is looking down today from his celestial perch at all his children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-great-grandchildren who are today living in South Africa, in Australia, Canada, the USA, and of course here in Israel. And he's still smiling, and may he continue to smile for eternity and into the future. And that future will be as we further develop this wonderful, majestic, magical park, which we call the Isaac Ochberg Park, in this corner of South Africa here in Israel. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mr. David Kaplan, the chairman of the Isaac Ochberg Heritage Committee in Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now end our ceremony. We shall all sing Hatikva. Thank you.
נפש יהודי הומייה ותן מזרח קדימה עין לציון צופיה עוד לא אבדה תקוותנו Shamus, sounds the call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our
Everyone, good night. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We really hope you found it inspirational and remarkable the way we certainly did. We'll see you on Wednesday night for pre-Pesach cooking and Sunday evening for our pre-Pesach show. Thank you all so much. If you haven't left us a comment, please do so now. We'll see you again soon. Sleep well. Good night.